Hey guys, I am back. Saturday afternoon update. Well, this morning I did an update talking about the J6ers that were pardoned, and 97 of them had been rearrested. And some of the charges include rape, sexual assault, attempted murder, child molestation, child pornography, on and on and on. Now, not all 97 of them had charges like that, but those charges were in that bunch. And this is a fact. This is a fact. And boy, the trolls had a field day with that. They were, calling me a libtard and, hey, a fucking whiny ass pussy and all that shit. Well, listen, asshole. That's a fact. It is a fact. Those people got pardoned, got out, and went and committed serious crimes and went back to jail. That is a fact. And if you're going to tell me that you agree with Daddy Dumpy Pants that those people that stormed the Capitol that day was a peaceful protest, man, you are fucked up in the head. And like Trump is always saying, there's just a lot of love that day. No fucking love. And trust me, fucking love. And trust me, I was in a room with other people watching the whole goddamn thing on big screens plastered all over the studio. You see, on that day, we had gathered in a recording studio because this was pre-COVID. We had recorded in a recording studio to record an episode of the Contrast Project, my flagship podcast. And myself, along with my producer,
Norbert, shout out to you, man. Let's go. Let's get them likes up, y'all.
and my good friend and co-host, Shelton Hall. And we were waiting. We were set up and waiting to record. And then our producer happened to flick on one of the monitors. There were many monitors in the studio, several big screens and then several ancillary screens around in the front of the console. And he put each one of those televisions, they were individual feeds, each one of those televisions had a different news channel on it. Everyone from CNN to Fox News, they were all on. Yeah, we included Fox. And of course, the reporting was different on all of them, but all of it pretty much boiled down to there's a goddamn riot at the fucking Capitol. And remember now, on that day, people did die. On that day, police officers were stomped. And one of the police officers died later. Now, I don't know what the fuck you're watching when you're telling me you thought it was a peaceful protest. People died. They caused thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage to our Capitol. One of the assholes shit on a congressperson's desk. They were stealing items from the Capitol, outright stealing items from the Capitol building. It's on camera. It's on camera. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. So, if you trolls want to come in here and, start your shit, you go right ahead. It's not going to ruin my fucking day. Hell, I had an early lunch. I'm feeling pretty good right now. I might even go lay down and fucking take a nap. So, hey, if you like my content, go ahead and leave me a comment below. Like, share.
Shout out to people like this, man, who are doing the fucking work, doing the work just like I'm doing, and I'm helping spread the goddamn message. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to tell you, we're going to give it to you like this every day.
I found another one. Now, user discretion advised. This one's got a little bit of a potty mouth. Watch.
This fucking mayor, who's best friends with all of these fucking terrorists, Hassan Piker, who said Americans deserve 9/11. This is the mayor and his fucking wife who hate everything. If this fucking guy is allowed to show up at any, heed these fucking words, any 9/11 memorial service. That includes Ground Zero, Staten Island, where we lost more than any other county in America at 9/11, or any fucking where else. I will be there, not alone, with a shitload of motherfuckers to not only fuck up that ceremony, but to embarrass and humiliate every one of you family members who allow that to happen. I don't give a fuck how you come at me, what you call me. You're not my friend or my family member anymore. I don't give a fuck. If you allow this fucking jihad gypsy terrorist to show up at your family, your husband, that patriotic guy that you lost on 9/11, who's rolling over in his grave, thinking that this fucking cocksucker is going to show up, I'm going to be there for him and to humiliate you. Get that through all your motherfucking heads right now.
Let me introduce Scott LinkBelow. Look at this boomer putting his full name out there on social media while threatening the mayor of New York City. Scott here has the worst case of MDS the stink has ever seen. And if you don't know what MDS is, it's Mandani Derangement Syndrome. Scott here is an artist, apparently. He likes to do patriotic art. As you can see, this painting he's done of DJT. Scott is also a pretend tough guy. Him
and his 2-inch biceps.
You would think that this fake triad would be built like the freaking Hulk, coming online on social media, threatening the sitting mayor of New York City, telling Mayor Mandani not to show up at any 9/11 memorial services. And if he does, Scott here is going to harass all of the family members of the lost on 9/11. But he's got more to say. Watch.
I could be a bastard, but I'm also very kind. I'm a giver. For instance, I'm gonna give this fucker right here some very good advice because I'm kind. You see, this fucker here, Mr. Mam Dandy, has made a decision to push his followers to rally, protest, and riot next week at the United Nations when Netanyahu comes. And my advice to you, Mr. Mam Dandy, is to pull the fucking plug on that decision. You need to understand something from this old man. Well, what do I know?
You don't know nothing. The only thing that you know and that you're really good at is bootlicking billionaires who are robbing us blind. I've never seen MAGA so angry before. You hold the House, you hold the Senate, you hold the presidency and the Supreme Court.
And ain't getting shit done.
And yet, you people are still angry and violent. And you come on here with your full chest
Built like a toothpick.
I'm kind of thinking that the mayor of New York City, Mayor Mandani, needs to see your videos, Scott. Needs to see how unsettled you are. That your MDS is out of control. And I think Stink Nation, the Stinks, boots on the ground, need to make some phone calls. The Stink is getting a little sick of you fake tough guys. One little huff of wind and you
would just blow right the hell over.
Now I'm gonna get a little personal with you. Because I don't think you have people in your circle that actually tell you the truth. You ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. Because at those 9/11 memorials that Mayor Mondani will be at, and you start to make a... Mayor Mondani needs to see your videos, Scott. Mayor Mondani needs to see your videos, Scott. Needs to see how unsettled you are, that your MDS is out of control. And I think Stink Nation, the Stinks, boots on the ground, need to make some phone calls. The Stink is getting a little sick of you fake tough
K-Cell, what it do?
guys. One little huff of wind and you
would just blow right the hell over.
Now I'm gonna get a little personal with you. Because I don't think you have people in your circle that actually tell you the truth. You ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. Because at those 9/11 memorials that Mayor Mondani will be at, and you start to make a scene, one of those grieving family members is gonna see you and they're just gonna blow you over. We have a little saying here in Stink Nation: never forgive and never forget what you people have done to this country. Guys, tell me what you think about Scott here in the comments. And if you haven't followed me yet, please do. Have a day! I found another one.
That's your resume, and you're not even qualified to even
No,
speak on,
let's
to even
talk
debate
about it then.
people.
So, you're talking about Trump is destroying America, but you're not talking about how the judicial and the government actually works, right? Because if we're talking about that, why aren't you talking about how Biden depleted the petroleum reserves before that, or the discrepancies between the job
What?
announcements with the Bureau of
What?
Statistics?
Wait. Okay. You know, this is going to be a beautiful example of someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. Let's talk about this strategic petroleum reserves.
No, because I looked at your resume.
I want to talk about that.
No, because the thing, I looked at your resume, and you're not even qualified to even
No,
speak on,
let's
to
talk
even debate
about it then.
people. I mean, like, your qualifications.
Let's talk about it. Wait.
I'm a public servant of 8
Hold up.
years.
Yeah,
And
that's
we're the
fine.
same
That's
age, by the
fine.
way. You're 26
That's
years
fine.
old.
All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is, even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So, like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society, and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same, but that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself, for like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is, even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society, and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same. But that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself for, like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is, even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society, and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same. But that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself for, like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same. But that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself for like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same. But that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself for like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society, and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same, but that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me what you feel the proudfulness in of being a white American. I want you to question yourself for like, because you just pushing out the fact that you like white culture is just racist. It's you saying, no, I'm believing in what I am and what I'm born with and who I am and who my people are. But no, it's just racist because of what we've built this society off of.
Well, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. All right, racist.
And my main question is for white Americans is, even if we did have the culture, I mean, culture is subjective. You can say someone has a culture or not. But even if we did, what is the culture that you're proud of? Like, what makes you feel good about what white Americans accomplished? Because we have done everything through taking and stealing and putting people through slavery and committing the worst acts possible. So like, even if I went out tomorrow and did something to better the society, and then all the white Americans took that and viewed my accomplishment as a good thing for white people, what would that come from except the fact that my ancestors made it that I can do that through the worst acts imaginable? So sure, we have a culture, I guess you could say. I don't know. I mean, we're still very bland people. I mean, like, you look at the wealthy class of white people and they all are the exact same, but that's a different opinion. Let's stick on objectiveness of this society. What makes you feel good? What have we done that makes you feel good? Because cultures come from things happening to groups of people. They come from trauma. The realest forms of people are people that have went through things in their life. They have the realizations. They have the realizations of seeing different perspectives of life. The fakest people are the ones who have gotten everything told to them and handed to them, because white people just objectively go through less and have gone through less throughout American history. So yeah, my main question is, I mean, please respond. Tell me.
Hey, y'all, when a racist calls you a racist, you did your goddamn job. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
What you
Spoken like a true progressive. I wish you could and you're spoken like a true racist right-wing buffoon. That's what you are.
Regarding that tweet before with the DNC and Stephen Miller, you said you didn't have a problem with it, correct? You thought it was like you didn't care?
With her calling Stephen Miller ugly F, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. I don't want to straw man you. You said you didn't think it was an issue, right? What's your take on it exactly?
My take is, if it was just said out of the blue, I would have a problem with it. It was a reaction to Stephen Miller calling Tallarico trans and attacking him, basically calling him a closeted homosexual. And I think it's about time people match fire with fire, and I don't have a problem with it. No, I don't.
So do you think that no, I agree with you. What Stephen Miller said is dumb. It's terrible messaging. But for the Democrats, do you think that is smart messaging for them, like with voters that they don't have, that they didn't win over?
Being too nice and not fighting and saying, oh, what Stephen Miller said was inappropriate. Come on, we need to be better people. Did not work in 2024.
Well, how is that being better?
I'm answering
Okay,
your question.
sure.
I wasn't done answering it. Being nice is part of the reason how Donald Trump got into office. When they go low, we go high is not going to work anymore in 2026. You need to take a different approach, and it's time to be a little bit more aggressive. That is my personal opinion, and I'd say match fire with fire. If they're going to go down that road, then you go down that road. I am done with Democrats that are being too nice and are being...
K-Cell said racism is expensive. If y'all don't believe me, y'all better go online and look before you get on here running your mouth. It might be somebody that's ready to take you for that ride. You know, lost your job, your house, your wife, everything.
Cordial. Stephen Miller is a despicable. Stephen Miller is a despicable and a disgusting human being, attacking Tellerico and saying you're trans or a closeted homosexual.
You made that point.
Okay, all right. So calling him ugly.
Let me just explain.
I think calling somebody an ugly effer it is. I'm perfectly fine. Who's gone after let me explain. You voted for Donald Trump, a guy who goes after Gold Star families, a guy who goes after POWs, a guy who attacked. No, but you can't explain it. You voted for Donald Trump. You're calling in. I will give you an opportunity. But I just want to make the point. You probably have.
Yeah, Republicans are not prepared for a response. All they can do is say, "What an idiot, uneducated."
A problem with somebody who works for the creative director for the Democrats' X account.
No, I'm glad they did it. Believe me, I'm happy they did. Now,
why are you asking me? Then why are you asking me then?
Well, here's why. Because when you look at polling, right, Trump is polling at like 35%. He's in the tank.
He's lower than that.
Terrible.
He's lower than that.
Oh, fine. Okay, fair enough. Democrats are in the low 30s as well. So my point is it's not like they're popular. So them using this type of messaging, fighting fire with fire, as you put it, it's not like they're going to win doing that because they're already very unliked anyway. That's why I support them doing stupid nonsense like this.
All right,
because
so I
it'll
disagree.
Make it harder for them to win.
So first of all, I completely disagree with you. When we talk about one person in the party, the president of the United States has some of the worst poll numbers in modern American history. You talk about the entire Democrat Party. Yes, the poll numbers are not great. But it's very different talking about Congress in general and a party in general than one person who is the leader of the free world. Number two, again, I completely disagree with your assessment. I believe being nice is what part of the reason of what got us here. I believe being nice.
How will this win them over, though? I get your point of being nice. There's probably a lot.
Sure, I'll answer that. I'll answer that.
They can be.
I'll answer that. Sure. Being a fighter.
Sure.
Part to me of being a fighter is standing up for the trans community. Part of being a fighter is standing up for the gay community and minorities and maybe people that don't have a voice. When Stephen Miller decides to go, and by the way, this is the first time I've ever seen them use language like that, by the way, on that Twitter account. When Stephen Miller does
I hope they keep doing it. I really do.
Okay, well, it doesn't really matter what your opinion is on that. The point I'm trying to make is very, very simple. People had a lot of issues.
Well, it matters for voters.
People have a lot of people. All right. Well, guess what? If somebody out there doesn't vote for a Democrat and was before, and they're not voting for a Democrat now because of a Twitter page that called Stephen Miller ugly, then guess what?
No, this is part of a bigger package. I agree that people wouldn't, it's not like people would really base their vote on one particular tweet, whether it's dumb or otherwise. It just goes back to the fact that, look, I agree with you. Trump is not popular at all. But Democrats are equally unpopular. You think they'd have half a brain to be like, well, we got our asses handed to us last time. Let's actually try to have a strategy that makes sense. And doing stuff like this, I'm glad they do it because it makes them look bad. But look, believe me, I hope they keep doing it. You know what I mean? I really do.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just hope people like you maybe see the light one day. And maybe realize
I did see the light, and the light is they're going to keep doing.
Yeah,
that,
well, no, you haven't seen the light because if the election was held tomorrow, you would still vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, really? You'd vote for Kamala?
I wouldn't vote. I told it.
You wouldn't vote.
I wouldn't vote for either one. Both parties are a joke.
Okay, yeah. Well, guess what? Kamala would. Guess what? You have not seen the light. Kamala would not have gotten us into a war. in Iran. Kamala would not have done these
this whole
tariffs.
same thing again?
No. See, you just don't want to listen to facts because you don't want to vote for the black woman. I
No,
understand.
right. A lot of I agree with what you say, but it's just the same thing over and over. All
Well,
I'm
no,
saying
you
is
haven't seen the light. You said
yes, I have. The light is.
Anybody talking about communism, I bet you any fucking amount of money, you don't even know what the fuck communism is. That's just a smooth, cool buzzword you learn in your little MAGA Discord fucking nerd club. You motherfuckers don't even know what the... Tell me what the fuck communism is, you fucking twerp. You don't even know what the fuck that shit is.
The light is you shouldn't vote for either party.
Okay, well, I think that's idiotic. I think that's idiotic. There's one
so you're
party.
going to vote for a party that's at 30% over another
I
party.
don't care about a poll. What I care about right now, we're talking about Kamala Harris and the Democrats. And I'm telling you that while Kamala is not perfect and she wasn't my first, second, or third choice, Kamala and the Democrat Party would not have done these tariffs that are terrorizing the American people. Kamala would not have got us into a war in Iran. They tried to do that. Benjamin Netanyahu tried to coax Barack Obama to do it. He tried to coax Joe Biden to do it. He would have tried to have coaxed Kamala Harris to do it. We wouldn't be in a war right now. We wouldn't have these tariffs. We wouldn't have had a raise in inflation, which is the worst it's been in 3 years. Our gas prices wouldn't be over $4 a gallon if Kamala was president. But because you don't want to vote for the black woman, because that's really what it comes down to. I'm sorry. Oh, well, I wouldn't vote for either. But give me a break. There's no comparison between the two. There's no comparison between the two parties right now. And you want to call into the show, and the first thing, well, Brian, I just think it's terrible that they called Stephen Miller ugly. Give me a frickin' break. You voted for the guy who attacked women on looks. You voted for the guy literally every single day that insults people. Where is your credibility, David? Where is it? Help me find it. Do you have it?
What does that mean? Where's my credibility? I'm just a voter like everyone else.
No, you're not. You're not a voter. You wouldn't vote for anybody.
Oh, really?
You wouldn't vote for anybody.
I did in the past.
Yeah, and you voted wrong in the past.
Here's why. Because I realized that all these candidates are terrible, and then they do.
They're not all
like what Trump does.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, David. David, hold on.
Fuck your granddad.
Eva, David just said all the candidates are terrible. I guess he's lumping Trump in with everybody else. What would you say to that?
Of course.
David, I am the polar opposite of Trump or any MAGA Republican or any Republican, period. I'm the type of candidate, I am running to help people. I want affordable housing. I also want to see better.
What does that even mean, affordable housing?
I'm going to tell you what it means, David. It means this.
Yeah. What, a government program? That's what it means?
No.
We've never tried that before. What are you going to do?
David,
how are you going to make it affordable?
Hang on a minute.
Go ahead.
Here in Nevada, we don't have the proper leadership that can help people to afford a house or an apartment. There has been legislation put forth.
It's been going on for years.
Hang on, David. Hang on. Whoa. Let me tell you something. The last two legislative sessions here in Nevada, there were bills put forth to Governor Lombardo to limit the amount of increase for people that are renting. And he
rent control.
And
That's
he vetoed. Stop, David. Stop. I'm talking about real people. Lombardo vetoed bills that cause people to pay more for rent. And if that's the case, they have less money to buy food and to buy gas. I happen to know.
You want rent control?
I am in darn favor of having rent control until we get the other inflation under control.
See how far that gets you, because we've tried that before.
Oh,
in
yeah.
other parts of
Let's
the country,
see how far.
Terribly bad.
Let's see
Brian,
how
do you
far.
support rent control?
Let's see how far. Let's see how far it got you, David.
Oh, you're not going to answer that, are you?
I'll answer.
Do you support rent control?
I wouldn't have a problem with that. Wouldn't have a problem.
Okay, sure.
So let's see how far it got us the last year and a half. In the last year and a half, inflation has risen. The war in Ukraine.
You're not answering.
No, I just said. I just answered your question. Why don't you pay attention and stop interrupting me like you interrupted Eva? I just said I don't have a problem with it. Why don't you pay attention? Why don't you listen? Will you be quiet? Will you? Well, you want to talk about economically illiterate? You're the idiot who voted for Donald Trump. Pod this idiot down, David. Now I have a problem with you. You want to talk about the economy? I'm not going to let you interrupt me, you right-wing mushroom gobbling buffoon. You voted for the guy who got us into an ill-advised war. Because of idiots like you, our gas is $4.60 a gallon. Because of idiots like you, the biggest tax breaks for the top 1%. No, Kamala would not have done that. She wouldn't have gotten us into a war. She certainly wouldn't have given the biggest tax breaks to the top 1%. She certainly wouldn't have taken 20 million Americans off of Medicaid. It's your fault. And you're so upset that even I agree with rent control. That gets you so upset that people that are struggling, living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, you definitely got Trump confused with Kamala. Fuck you mean? That motherfucker said many, a very, many people. That's his idea of a big fucking word. Many. Man, get the fuck out of here. You talking about Yo, anybody you see lying about Kamala can't make a full sentence and we know fucking well Donald Trump can't, put them bitches out. Yeah.
Aren't going to pay too much for rent so that slumlords all over the country make boatloads of money. But that gets David so upset. But apparently it doesn't get David upset when we get this $1.7 billion slush fund. Let's turn people who beat cops into millionaires. Oh, but that rent, you know, that rent bill that Eva Chase is trying to pass, that gets me so upset. The economy is in shambles in part because of it.
Mike Hunt, you can't even type in a fucking sentence. This fucking bunch of jibber jabber you type. Oh yeah, that's right. MAGA is the white uneducated.
It's like you who voted for Donald Trump. That is why this country is struggling right now. It's not the Democrat Party, you dope. Where was the economy when Barack Obama left? No, you be quiet and you listen. The last president that left us with a surplus was not a Republican. It was a guy by the name of Bill Clinton. Look at where the economy was at when Barack Obama left office. George W. Bush is the one that effed up our economy. It was Barack Obama that saved us in 8 years. Look at the economy when Barack Obama left office. Look at the economy when Joe Biden left office. Virtually everything was headed in the right direction. But because of people like you, because you didn't want to vote for that black lady. Yeah, David, I know you very well. I know you'll claim it's because of policy. David, we all know why you didn't vote for Kamala, okay? You'd rather vote for the orange man who's a 34-count felon.
Trump can't speak in a coherent way, bitch. Get the fuck out. Good night. Fuck you. Goodbye. Fuck your mother. Fucking weirdos. Get your bitch ass out. You're not going to come in here and say something that Trump can't do and blame that shit on somebody else. It's time we get the truth back in the right motherfucking light. You bitches ain't going to come in here and lie.
A liable sexual abuser. David, you're the reason why this country is struggling right now. While Donald Trump is setting up for a UFC fight on the White House lawn, when we're in the middle of a war in Iran and he's talking about building a ballroom, you're the reason why this country is struggling. So you want to complain about rent control? You think rent control is a big issue? Listen to how angry David gets. Let me tell you something. I wish we could control people like you in the way you vote, because you're the reason why we're in this situation.
Spoken like a true progressive.
Yeah,
there it is.
You're
spoken like a true progressive. I wish you could control
you're spoken like a true racist right-wing buffoon. That's what you are. I bet you couldn't even pass a civics test. And I bet if the elections were held tomorrow, you're lying. You would vote for Donald Trump again because you voted for him 3 times, didn't you, David? Go ahead and tell me I'm wrong.
Just once.
Just when did you vote for him? 2024?
Yes.
And if the elections were held tomorrow, I see how rent control got you so upset.
Yeah.
And if the elections were held tomorrow, you wouldn't vote for Kamala. You just wouldn't vote at all. Yet you have the gall to call into the show and complain about anything.
Let me explain. Do you want me to explain, or are you just going to keep monologuing?
I'm not monologuing.
You said you wish you could control the way people vote, which you being a progressive, I'm not really surprised at that comment. Okay, so but it's really just telling.
So first of all, David,
like
David,
you don't seem to understand
what hyperbole language is. You don't seem to understand what that is. Obviously, there's no way.
Well, I understand how rent control works, and it doesn't work.
David, okay, you can be upset.
Oh, look, you made a lot of good points about the economy with Trump. I agree with you on that.
It's your fault. You voted for him.
We have,
Will you take responsibility? You voted for him. Take responsibility.
Oh, look, I agree that he's done a terrible job with the economy.
You voted for him.
I didn't vote for him thinking.
You voted for him.
Let me explain. I understand that. I didn't think he. Well, look, the last administration didn't do.
How did he do his first go around? Wait a second. What do you mean you didn't think? In the first go around when he was president, he got us $8.2 trillion in debt. Did you like his handling of COVID? Did he show leadership, David?
No, he did with the
No, then why did you vote for him? No, he didn't do it.
I didn't vote for him in 2020. I told you I only voted once.
David, what did the Democrats force him to do during COVID?
Well, Trump did what they wanted him to do, which is tons of ridiculous lockdowns.
David, what did the Democrats force him to do?
Well, no, they didn't force him to do anything.
Thank
The
you.
Democrats got to come in and clean up the Republicans' bullshit because the Republicans are worried about giving the fucking millionaires breaks. And then the Democrats got to come in and clean that bullshit up. Obama did it with fucking Bush. And Biden had to do it with Trump. And now Trump back in there fucking up again.
The language that you just used, David. So you're wrong. They didn't force him to do anything. It was Donald Trump. You don't want to take responsibility for anything, and neither does Donald Trump. Let me tell you something, David. He left it up to the governors in every state. He left it up to them. That was the president's decision. He did that. He showed no leadership when it came to COVID. None.
Biden wasn't even in office when COVID happened, you stupid motherfuckers.
He turned his press conferences into campaign rallies, and he got us $8.2 trillion in debt. So tell me again what you saw in his first administration where you said he's going to do a better job than Kamala Harris.
Well, because I looked at the Kamala Biden administration for 4 years.
And how was the economy when they left? How was the economy?
Exactly. Clinton did it with the first Bush.
Biden left off.
Marginally better. It is.
No, it wasn't marginal. No, you're wrong. When they left, how was the economy when Biden left office compared to where it is right now?
It was, well, compared to what it is right now.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
It was marginally better. It is.
No, it wasn't marginal. No, you're wrong.
It was
you
not
are
good.
wrong. You are wrong. It wasn't marginally better. Joe Biden didn't get us in a war. Inflation up 0.6%, the highest it's been in 3 years. The unemployment numbers are up. It wasn't marginally better. It was much better. In fact, when Joe Biden left office, we had one of the best economies in the world coming out of COVID. You don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't marginally better. You're wrong. Just like you were wrong for voting for Donald Trump in 2024. You're wrong. And you didn't see Donald Trump's
You're leaving out context.
I'm not leaving out context. I'm going by your own words and I'm using it against you. You don't take responsibility for your vote. You wouldn't vote now. You're complicit when it comes to the Democrat Party. You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to every president before Donald Trump on the left. Obama, Biden, when it comes to the parameters of our economy. No Democrat has gotten us into an ill-advised war. You voted for this guy. Why don't you just admit it and say, I shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump and I was wrong? David, are you capable of saying that?
Brian, I'll explain why.
No, I don't want you. I don't want you to explain why. No, I don't want you to explain why because you're making us all dumber. Yes or no? Will you admit right now and say, yes, I'm David and I shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump and I made a mistake? Are you willing to admit that right now? All right, then get off my show then. You're stubborn. You're an idiot. Have a nice day. Ugly effer. Ugly effer. How do you like it? Ugly effer. I know David's so upset that somebody in the Democrat Party called Stephen Miller ugly. David, the ugly effer. Have a nice day. Why won't they admit? Why won't they admit anything?
They can't handle the fact that they've made a mistake. And you know, Brian, the thing I noticed when I listened to the callers come in, the ideas and the policies that I would take to Carson City would benefit everybody, not just the people in my District 16, but everybody in Nevada, whether they are Republican, Democrat, MAGA, independent, Green Party, Libertarian, it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
My policies and my ideas would benefit everybody, whether they voted for me or not. And if you have Republicans, or particularly MAGA Republicans, that do not want to have the money to left over to buy groceries, or
I'm gonna tell y'all some good shit, man. It got to be a sad life when you see a question, and you have to fix your fucking mind to lie about that shit just so you can appear to be right. That got to be some sad shit. That your life getting worse, and you got to say, my life is getting better. Motherfucking pockets touching like rabbit ears. And you got to sit up this bitch and lie to appear to be right. Bless your little weak ass red heart.
get their car fixed after they have
Yeah.
paid their rent, or or have the money to take their kids to get braces on their teeth, or if there might be a Republican MAGA veteran out there that wants better veteran benefits. Well, I'm the candidate that they need.
What's interesting to me is that we have a guy like David who's so upset about rent control. God forbid you have people in this country that can't afford to live. And he doesn't want government involvement when it comes to rent, but he has no problem with government involvement when it comes to a woman's body. That's totally, it's such a joke.
How do you feel about illegal immigration?
I don't support illegal immigration.
Oh, you don't support illegal immigration?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, what are we supposed to do? You think there should be charges if somebody allows illegal immigrants to come in, upwards of a couple million?
What do you mean?
I mean, in Biden's the last 4 years,
What do you mean by
had
let them in?
upwards of 10 million people
What do you mean by
came
let them
across the
in?
border.
What you said a key word. You said let them in. What does that mean?
By allowing them into the United States.
How were they allowed into the United States?
The CPB app.
What about it?
Yeah, the app that.
Hey, anonymous. But guess who getting the most goddamn welfare? Guess who's getting the most food stamps? Republicans, Europeans, Caucasians, red states. Guess who make the least money in the whole motherfucking country? Red states, Republicans. Guess who get the most motherfucking tax breaks in the whole motherfucking country? Red states, Republicans, crybabies, motherfuckers who got a head start, privilege, white privilege, and still live in the same neighborhoods with the motherfuckers that they trying to get a head start on. Well, what did you do with your head start? Nothing. You ain't no fucking further than nobody else. Your government is run by pedophiles. Your government is run by pedophiles.
You could go on online and say I'm fleeing
The
a
app,
country, and
the
you
app
just
that you
come in.
use to.
Liberty Biberty. That's my name. I tell everyone it feels great getting great coverage and savings on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Liberty Biberty.
First sexual encounter with an animal came when I was about 11 or 12. I tried to have sex with the family dog, which was a miniature poodle named Miss Clavel. The dog was in heat, so I naively assumed that since she was having sex with a stud dog, she would be willing to have sex with me. Which she wasn't. It was an embarrassing incident. It was not very romantic.
The reason why the Europeans were able to conquer the Americas was because the Europeans slept with animals. They were victorious not because of the guns and the steel they brought with them, but because of the disease.
Wherever they went, devastation follows. And I don't think people understand the levels of devastation. But for example, in the 1880s, the Italian traders introduced the cattle disease rinderpest. Up to 90% of the cattle in parts of Central and Eastern Africa were killed by this disease. That included Tanzania, Kenya, Malawi, Zambia, and South Africa. From 1880 to 1890, it just took 10 years for them to destroy 90% of the
Smash that like button.
cattle.
Drop it, man. It's
The
round
introduction
five
of the slave
certified.
trade brought disease as well, and not in the way that you think. Because of the introduction of the slave trade, specifically in East Africa, it produced new patterns of settlement. More people began to live in close proximity for security reasons, so they wouldn't be taken by slave traders. More people began living in close proximity, and previously inhabited areas became large forests that were a breeding ground for tsetse flies, especially in Central and Eastern Africa. Because of this, over 200,000 people died of sleeping sickness around the Lake Victoria area, just that area alone. When the disease spread to the Congo and to Zambia, it also did the same thing, killing hundreds of thousands of people. Now, European slave traders did bring diseases, but people tend to forget about the European settlers who drove it home. They brought smallpox, they brought jiggers that are...
First sexual encounter with an animal.
To schedule your immigration.
These people on the right.
First sexual encounter with an animal.
These people on the right, they're just so gone, Jack. They're gone. I'm a little upset that, we have this slush fund set up where Donald Trump is going to be paying out $1.7 billion. Some of those people are going to be January 6th insurrectionists. I'm a little upset at the fact that we're in a war in Iran where our
That shit is dead.
men and women are coming home in caskets, and we're spending $2 billion on an ill-advised and illegal war. I'm a little upset at the fact that our economy has been headed in the wrong direction, that the job growth numbers are abysmal. We are in a lot of trouble. Now, if you want to have a conversation with me about Richard Simmons,
topics if you'd like.
Okay, but I really don't care what your opinions are and what I said about Richard Simmons. It's irrelevant to what we're doing on the show today. So
Okay,
please,
so let me flip topics real quick.
please, let's try to be on
And
topic.
I'm good with that. It's your show.
Please.
And I'll flip topics.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm good with that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
On the economy.
Sure.
We had COVID happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
So yesterday, Dr. Anthony Fauci testified before a United States Senate hearing, and he was grilled and he was lectured and he was raked over the coals, he was abused, he was threatened by a cabal of worthless cowards who have utterly failed the American people and are desperately in search of any distraction to deflect attention away from their so many lies, their failures, their cover-ups, and their own complicity and corruption. That's a fact. These Republicans that we saw yesterday in that hearing are truly despicable. So they conjure up an investigation of a health crisis and a calamity that happened 6 years ago. The one they themselves were at least partially responsible for with their abdication of leadership and their serfdom to an idiot president who advised us that we should all be drinking bleach. These are the reprehensible attention whores who attacked a man, attacked a scientist, attacked a doctor who dedicated his entire life to science, government policy, and fighting infectious diseases worldwide. Oh, and let me just add that while they're going after scientists, they've ignored one of the most sickening scandals in American history, completely shelving and ignoring the Epstein case, which is brushed under the rug and apparently is going to disappear. At least they hope it will. And now they're, trying to prosecute scientists. And let me be really clear here about the experience that we all went through in 2020, 21, and I think it's okay to question It's proper to ask questions and learn from mistakes if they were made. It's certainly within the framework of congressional authority to see if we can do better next time. And there will be a next time, by the way. Just the nature of science, the universe, biology, and we're all living closer together amongst diminishing resources. It will happen again. But this was not a fact-finding mission. This was not a pursuit of scientific knowledge, nor a desire for greater scientific understanding. I also want to point out, it's easy now, 6 years later, to play Monday morning quarterback, to use a sports analogy. You know, we didn't know back then in 2020, in the winter of 2020, when this thing first started, nobody knew what would happen. Nobody knew how serious it would get. Nobody knew, but there was at least one historical milestone, warning sign, red flag, signpost, and that's something that had happened 100 years earlier with the 1918 flu epidemic worldwide that killed an estimated 50 to 60 million people. 50 to 60 million people that died from a similar infection that went global a century earlier. And that's, by the way, when the world's population was about half of what it is now. So, you know, people saying, oh, we overreacted. We overreacted. Easy to say that now. We didn't know then what the danger was. And so did some public officials overreact or implement too many restrictions? Those are debatable questions to ask, and they should be answered. I'm all for that. But that's not what this was about. That was not what this was about. These are morons and conspiracy crackpots who claim in many cases, and read their stuff, listen to them if you can stomach it, claiming that COVID was fake, or it was overblown, or it was just another more serious strain of the flu. You know, tell that to the loved ones as they slowly lost their family members and friends who slowly suffocated, died, and their bodies were loaded on to convoys of frozen trucks for burial. And there were 1 million Americans amongst that. Tell them that this was a fake and a fraud and a conspiracy while their loved ones lay in the ground. Now, what I witnessed yesterday was Dr. Fauci facing the testimony, and when I first saw this, I probably had a reaction that was similar to some of you and some of Fauci's critics. I saw him take the Fifth Amendment. I refused to answer that question at the advisement of my counsel because the answer may incriminate me. You know that's a standard thing. It's taking the Fifth, as it's called, the Fifth Amendment. The right to not incriminate yourself in testimony is a constantly protected right. But unfortunately, it's been tainted. That right has been tainted, and it's something that, you know, frankly, a lot of guilty people have used over the years. It's something that, if you go back many years ago, mafia figures would use this, and other people who had really committed crimes would just say, I'm not going to testify because if I answer truthfully, I'm going to be guilty. So this is this entire discussion about taking the Fifth is historically tainted and problematic. And when I saw Dr. Fauci, a man of science, a brilliant man, a man who dedicated his life to public service, taking the Fifth, my initial reaction was, what in the hell is he doing? I really thought that. I thought he should sit up there, answer every question, and I was frankly mad. I was mad that he didn't stand up to the morons in the Republican Party, particularly Rand Paul and his idiotic witch hunt. I hate to use that word, but so what I did though is I investigated. I said, why did Dr. Fauci take the Fifth so many times? I mean, he's got to realize this looks bad. I mean, he has to know that. The problem is that if Dr. Fauci answered any of the question, it would be a certain step toward being charged with some bogus crime, being dragged into court for years, being ruined financially with exorbitant legal fees, fighting the government. Good luck with that. And pretty much spending the rest of his life ruined, fighting and ruined. And I mean, the man is in his 80s, by the way. And so does he really want to spend the next, whatever is left of his life, fighting the government in court and going bankrupt, essentially? Because that's what they would do. And so they were desperate to take anything that Dr. Fauci said, and then claim it was perjury. And they wanted to prosecute him, and they would have convicted him, perhaps, and they would have tried to throw him in prison. Throwing a scientist in prison. I mean, that was the whole point of their hearings, and that they pretty much ignored everything else, and certainly their own guilt, while they ignore the real problems of America today. And you say, well, they wouldn't have really gone after Fauci. You don't think so? You don't believe me? You don't think these crackpots, these conspiracy quacks are completely out of control? I mean, let me just give you some examples. They're prosecuting a former FBI director for arranging seashells on a beach. Seashells, the 8647, the case doesn't matter. It's so absurd, it's crazy. Arranging seashells almost a year ago on a beach, and now they're prosecuting him for conspiracy to commit a political violent act, or it's instigating violence, or what have you. Seashells on a beach. They're prosecuting an Olympic athlete for sticking his hand into a reflecting pond on the National Mall. You hear about that case? So you don't think these people would go after Fauci or anything that they can get their claws into? They prosecuted a former national security official for mishandling a few documents. He actually did, that's true. While Trump himself had boxes of classified secret documents stacked in his bathrooms and at his home. And then he refused to cooperate with the subpoena and turn them over. They're going after this guy he had a document or two. It was probably something wrong and should have been reprimanded, but while it completely ignoring something 200 times worse that their own people did. And they're using certainly the agencies of the federal government to go after political enemies and to extract revenge. And just look at the long list of all those who have been prosecuted or under investigation and so forth and so on. And you don't think that they would do the same thing? They are doing the same thing to Fauci. So that's why he took the fifth, because anything he says, they will tear into it, find some kind of a sliver of an inconsistency, and they will prosecute him and go after him. And his life will be ruined. That's why Fauci took the fifth 100 times, I think is the report. More than 100 times. And again, my first reaction was, what in the hell is he doing? Then after investigating myself and learning more about the legal complexity of this case and the political environment that he is operating in, he did the right thing. So I changed my own opinion after getting a little more knowledge, learning a little bit more myself. And all of you watching this should do the same thing. If you're pissed off about Fauci doing that, learn what the consequences would have been had he sat there and answered any of those questions from those savages. And I've seen some people say we're in Joe McCarthy territory. That's talking about the communist hunts of the early 1950s. But it's far worse than that now. It's far more dangerous because Republicans here are trying to rewrite history. They're scapegoating Dr. Fauci because they can't handle the truth. That Donald Trump was grotesquely incompetent and responsible for COVID's impact spinning out of control in the United States. Trump lied repeatedly. He downplayed it repeatedly from the start. He undermined and overruled experts, and he spread dangerous misinformation. He turned into a clown when there's nothing to smile or laugh about. That's on him. Those deaths are on MAGA, and they're on Republicans, and they're on Trump's watch. Meanwhile, Dr. Fauci did everything in his power to save as many lives as possible, urging Americans to wear masks and social distancing and treating the coronavirus like the deadly threat that it was. In the final crisis of his lifetime, he rose to the occasion. And before that, he had risen to the occasion with outbreaks in Africa, outbreaks, and protecting the public part of his life's work. It should be pointed out that Dr. Fauci and his staff also had no authority. They had no authority to make government policy or pass legislation or make laws. It wasn't Dr. Fauci that passed the laws about the mandates. Yes, they made recommendations, and virtually all scientists agreed on this. All scientists worldwide agreed on this for the most part. It wasn't just Fauci in the United States. There were a lot of really good scientists over in other countries too who had the same policies for the most part. There's some division, and that's understandable. But it was Trump and Republicans and that administration that made the decisions that a lot of you are pissed off about and bitching about and moaning about and looking for revenge on. You're trying to blame the person who said, hey, here's what we should do, the recommendation, instead of looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, well, maybe they fucked up. If anyone should be hauled in front of...
You was lied to. Man, we told your ass you was being lied to.
A Senate committee to testify about incompetence and corruption and stupidity. It's Donald Trump. It's MAGA. It's Republicans. They're the ones who made a bad problem much worse. So yesterday, Dr. Anthony Fauci,
which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price.
Colonel Shitty
Eventually,
Pants.
they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans who are just blindly following Colonel Shitsenpants over the cliff, they're all going to have to pay the price. Eventually, they're all going to have to explain why they just ate, which includes, of course, all the MAGA morons, but more importantly, all the Republicans.
Hey everybody, this is Jeff Newton, former 60 Minutes producer, former senior producer at Vice on HBO and National Geographic Television. Coming at you here tonight from the writer's cabin, where, things are getting grim, and I wanted to talk to you about Iran. You can always sort of tell when somebody's never been to war, right? The tough talk, the disrespect for the enemy, the bravado that comes from never having seen a friend killed or from hearing a bullet whiz past your own ears. I remember that bravado myself, and it ended on the first hour of my first day of my first conflict as a reporter, when I was shelled from 2 mountaintops and then 20 minutes later was dragged from my vehicle at gunpoint by a couple of Bosnian Muslim fighters in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Scared shitless. It was the summer of 19...
I love these people. I love these people who think that because I work in a union, I'm good. I'm good. Because I have a pension, I'm good. You know?
Colonel,
it's everybody else's fault. They should have worked the job that I worked. I love these people who think I put all my money in my house. I've got an investment in my house. You know what I mean? I've invested. I got money in the 401. I've invested. I'm invested. These fucking people, man. You know, I don't have nothing to worry about. I worked until I...
Bachelor's in science, you know nothing, motherfucker. That's like me saying I got a motherfucking bachelor's and whatever, motherfucker.
67. I worked until I was 70 years old. I'm invested. You fucking people, man. We're sitting there watching the president right now, the president of the United States of America, going after every social safety net. When has Donald Trump ever gave a fuck about unions? Can you tell me that? Tell me something. Where's your pension at right now? Would that pension be in the stock market? Do you think that pension's just sitting in a bank account? It's just sitting in a bank account. Nobody can touch what I made. Nobody can. Your house, your house. I've invested all my money in the house, in my house. Turns out your investment now is nothing more than shelter. Yeah, it's just shelter. See, all these people who were making $300,000 and $400,000 a year, those white collar jobs, they're all going to be replaced by AI. Just listen to them. They're telling you what
Because you
they're
got a
fucking
bunch
doing.
of jealous. You got a bunch of jealous people. These motherfuckers so mad at Obama, talking about he was the great divider, and Obama started the division. No, Obama started your ass acting stupid. And just because a black man won the fucking presidential election in white ass America, you motherfuckers thought shit was rigged. No, he just beat that motherfucker. He just won, and y'all was mad. Y'all was pissed off. And he clowned Donald Trump. Then Donald Trump got fucking mad. Then he wanted to become president. The only thing about it is you was never fucking qualified. You got mad because somebody roasted your ass at a roast. You shouldn't have fucking went. Maybe we wouldn't have your lame ass as our president. But Obama cooked his ass. Matter of fact, I'm about to pull that video up. Well, Trump was just sitting in that bitch festering like a big ass crybaby. But everything Obama said was true. That's why that motherfucker was mad. And that's why y'all mad.
I mean, is there something wrong with
your government is run by pedophiles.
head? If the president of the United States can walk right in, flat out tell you that I'm not going to touch Social Security or Medicaid, but I'm going to give the I'm going to give the rich a tax cut. I'm going to give rich people a tax. I'm not going to touch your Social Security, baby. Sweetheart, I'm not going to mess with your Medicaid. I know that's a third rail. I know it is. Then all the House members get up and they're like, no, we'd never do that. We'd never do. They did it. They did exactly what they said they would.
My former education in immunology and what is yours, bitch? Fuck you. You don't get no motherfucking to ask me shit. You in my live stream. Why the fuck is your MAGA ass in a live stream that does not like you? A live stream that's telling you you're a pedo protector. A live stream that's telling your ass that your fucking time is up. A live stream that's telling you Donald Trump can't save your motherfucking ass from the shit that's coming for you. The shit that's coming from you been coming for a long motherfucking time. It ain't shit that Donald Trump or Project 99 or Project 27.5. I don't give a fuck what project you put together. If you got to put a project together just to be relevant, it's over for you, motherfucker.
Aren't gonna do. So what do you think all your little fucking union, all your pension, you think that's gonna withstand the wrath of Donald Trump? I don't know. From what I hear, that AI bubble crushed. That AI bubble just fucking bursted, from what I'm understanding. Is your pension in the stock market? Because I've been telling you guys about this. I've been telling you guys how what you have right now, your pillow.
You're an idiot. That's this dumbass. That's his favorite shit to say. I'm an idiot, but you voted for Donald Trump. Bitch, I beg to differ.
Soft landing for the rich. That's all you are. It's not going to affect them. Do you think a guy who's got $1 trillion is going to hurt him to where maybe he may not be able to go out to eat if he lost half that wealth? Do you think?
Hey, y'all, we got them sitting in our live stream all night, every day. The same worthless, sorry, sad, insecure, inferior thinking weirdos. And we love that y'all here. Come on in. Grab another pill, motherfucker. I hope it worked for you. But I see you still sick. And I still see you here for the medicine. Guess I'm gonna have to up the dosage on you dummies. But the bottom line is this. I got you motherfuckers. Y'all in here listening to me. Y'all in here watching my live stream. So don't come in here trying to tell me no philosophy about how you got sucked into MAGA and now you're a weirdo. I don't care about your little story.
Do you think, but tell me, is it going to hurt you if you lost 90% of your wealth? And you ain't got to worry about the housing market. Whenever the stock market crashes, what do you think happens to the housing market? What do you think happens to inflation whenever the stock market crashes? That's hyperinflation, baby. That's the very thing that the Republicans were just screaming.
Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. You want to hear MAGA get their issue every goddamn night. You want to hear MAGA get flamed, fried every night. Log into this channel, man. Subscribe to this channel right here. We're going to do this multiple times a day, every day. And it gets better and better and better. And sometimes we even convert mag dummies every now and then.
Even about Biden. But all the indications of what Biden was doing was to the contrary. He was shoring up. He was shoring up the stock market. During his times, we had record highs. Because you want to know why? Because it was shored up. He was building it from the foundation up. Stock market now is nothing but a bubble. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking manipulated. Look how they're manipulating. Right now, we should be spending $6, $7 a gallon gas. But it's just manipulated because of the midterms. It's just for the... That's all it is. That's all it is. You remember whenever Joe Biden was running against Trump, and gases were seeming like they were getting stable. They were getting around $3.50 a gallon. As soon as Joe Biden got in office, gas prices skyrocketed because they stopped manipulating the market. They let the bottom fall out as soon as Joe Biden got in office. As soon as that way, it could look like this is the Democrats' fault. That's why they did the cuts to Medicaid during the midterms. So whenever the Democrats win the House and the Senate, they can say, look at what happened under a Democratic rule. Look at what happened. Everything you think right now is all bullshit. You really need to get like a handle on what's going to happen. The problem is what they expected to happen after the midterms, it's happening right fucking now. It's happening right fucking now. They tried to hold it off. They tried to manipulate. They tried to do whatever that they could do to keep prices down. No, it's coming. It's coming right fucking now. You were going to see the ramifications.
First of all, you worrying about, imagine if the leader of the United States killed thousands and thousands and thousands. How about this? Who the fuck said they didn't? Look at all these missing motherfucking children. Look at all these missing women. It's 300,000 missing motherfucking women in America. So what the fuck are you talking about? And then we find out about Epstein Island and motherfuckers consuming human remains and shit like that. Y'all need to shut the fuck up for y'all open a can of fucking worms that's bigger than your fucking mouth. Yeah, open a can of worms that's bigger than your mouth. It's thousands, hundreds of thousands of fucking people missing in the United States. And you talking about a regime killing thousands of people? Man, shut up. Because this rabbit hole is deeper than your face, deeper than your mind, and probably deeper than your ass. But you need to shut up. Because the shit you talking about that's supposed to be so bread and butter sweet American motherfucker might be more deadly than the shit we talking about right now. Just shut up. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
A Republican rule. It is
The whole reason for my position that appears to be, let's say, radically pro-white, for example, right, is because I don't believe white people are being treated equally. I don't believe white people are given equal opportunity, especially in social services, for example, wherein I personally have experience.
Oh, I know we about to have some fun with this dummy.
Based off of, interpersonal relationships, family, whatever, that are dealing with homelessness, drug addiction. When you actually show up and you apply for services or you look into what's being offered, you see a lot of systems in place that are geared specifically towards and aiding people of color and not
So you think white people are treated worse than black people in the United States of America today?
And a systematic approach, yeah, 100%.
Then why is it that
This what you call fucking dumbass privilege. And shout out to all you stupid ass white people on this goddamn live stream that going live for this motherfucker say, yeah, white people are treated worse. Yeah. Shut your dumb ass up. That's your problem though. That's your problem. You don't know how to motherfucker give me a head start on your ass. I bet your ass won't be nowhere in the motherfucking rear view. We won't even see your ass. You give me a head start on your ass. But you got a head start and been having a fucking head start since motherfucking Jim Crow. And you ain't did shit with it. Some of you motherfuckers. But those motherfuckers are inheriting millions of fucking dollars off cotton money. They ain't motherfucking work for shit. They just inherited money that was stolen from other motherfuckers. So even them, with the head start they got, they not fucking getting no further ahead. It might be somebody who's stretching that shit out. But a lot of motherfuckers is in the same fucking place. They just inherited money and privilege. But they ain't doing a motherfucking thing with the head start. Like I said, give me or people like me the same head start and you motherfuckers wouldn't be nowhere around. Trust me.
black people are paid less than white people, both men and women, in some instances with the same actual jobs? Why do we see so few black people that are CEOs of Fortune 500 companies? Why do we see so many black people that are in poverty? Why do we see so many black people, at least in my estimation, that are not getting jobs in specific areas? If white people, I don't know, I mean, like, I don't see hate crimes on white people nowhere near to the extent of hate crimes on black people.
So that's a great point that you brought up. Actually, hate crimes are identified differently when they're on white people. So that actually proves my point even further. That's a good point to go into, especially in California, how hate crimes are identified when people are targeting people, let's say, and they even verbally admit to targeting somebody because they're white. It's not identified as a hate crime in the state of California.
Richie, have you ever been, sorry to interrupt, but have you ever been pulled over by a police officer because you're white?
Yes, actually. I would argue yes. I would argue yes, because I actually have friends that are cops.
White people are so full of shit, man. Like, y'all are innate liars. For the most part. And y'all clandestine liars. For you uneducated motherfuckers, go look the word up. Clandestine. Like, ain't nobody got to say, get ready, get set, let's lie. It's already in your ass to lie. It's an unspoken motherfucking code. Nobody had to say shit. Y'all just lie. And you lie for the cause. If there's a lie, trying to be projected, then you're going to help. And ain't nobody got to ask your ass to. That's clandestine. And that's mostly what the fuck y'all get down with. Meaning nobody got to say, hey, lie for the white dude. Y'all gonna do it anyway. It's in your nature to do that. It's in your nature to feel right as a group. And I'm just telling you the truth. You can call me racist all you want. I know y'all over there. Listen, guys, you sound kind of racist. Shut up. Shut up. Because if I was being racist to your ass, you'll be way more upset than you are. Right now, your feelings hurt because I just told you your ass was racist. And you are. But it don't make you less racist because you call me racist because of some shit I said that hurt your fucking racist feelings. I don't care. I'm glad your racist feelings are hurt. So, good. That's what I was fucking trying to do. But you can't hurt mine. I promise you. What the hell is going on? Well, we're going to have to come back to that. Hold up.
Where's the blacks at? Where's the Mexicans at? Where's the whites at? Where's the Christians at? Where's all the gangs at? Where is all the bikers at? Where is we the people at? Where is don't tread on me guys at? Listen to me close, everybody. I'm somebody that has been through these files. I have a team and I connected with 450 other teams. When those files got released, we went to town. I have drank 40 something of these to get through it, 17 hours a day with 4 hours of sleep for 1 month. We had a group of totaled about 10,000 people because it would take you 17 years by yourself, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, we broke it down in sections. And let me tell y'all something. They're eating our state. This thing is huge. The sex trafficking ring is ridiculous. Sleep for 1 month. We had a group of totaled about 10,000 people, because it would take you 17 years by yourself, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, we broke it down in sections, and let me tell y'all something. They're eating our children in every state. This thing is huge. The sex trafficking ring is ridiculous. They try and target our children, 10 years or younger, symbolic. They send them off to people. They do a lot of horrific things. I have literally, going through this, I have shit myself, thrown up on myself, and pissed on myself, if you know what I'm talking about. I have connected the dots for years. Because you know what? Do you really trust the government, everybody? And I got my answer through those files, okay? This thing's huge, and it's in every state. It's where you're at.
Yeah, he's lying. This guy's a scumbag. Liar. Dude, you're a fucking liar. This is MAGA, y'all. This is what MAGA does when they hear the truth. When MAGA is confronted with the truth, they check out of the motherfucking conversation. They gotta go start MAGA, 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 Trump, 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 pussy, 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 I suck dick. They gotta get shifty. They can't face no type of fucking truth. They can't deal with answering questions. They don't bring no substance. Only thing they're gonna do is tell you you're wrong. So we don't have to really worry about these motherfuckers because they ain't nobody. They ain't doing shit, and they only here to disrupt. But one thing you can't do is disrupt a fucking genius. You can't disrupt the God. You can't disrupt the motherfucker who's out on a mission to do what the fuck he's trying to do. And the more you try to disrupt me, the more focused I get. The more I dig into y'all motherfucking ass. Because y'all some play toys. But again, I know how to not let you come on this platform right here and make no difference. All I'm doing is reflecting the mirror in your goddamn face. I'm showing you the ugly motherfucker that you are in your personality. I'm showing you the weird fucking thoughts that you got in your head. I'm showing you all your insecurities and why you weak as shit and why all that shit is coming to a motherfucking end. The motherfucking jig is up. Y'all better start fucking apologizing or figuring out what's your next fucking move. Because talking on the internet to some motherfuckers who already know, you wasting your time. But hopefully, you getting better.
We are completely surrounded by evil. And what we're trying to ask is that we're trying to wake people up. We need you. We need everybody we can get. Because it's us against the machine, everybody. And it's a big thing. Just like they're already trying to frame Tucker. Who's next? Sean Ryan, the Navy SEAL. He has a great program. There's cult organizations. There's hundreds of thousands of them. It's gotten so bad that they just don't care anymore. Do you hear me? They're throwing it in your face. Just on the news the other day, I'm sorry, I think it was yesterday, she walks out with a robot, people. So are you going to let your kids be raised by robots? Jesus Christ. If we don't do anything. The mark of the beast is coming. And then there goes Neuralink. Once it's in the schools, there goes the teachers, there goes the doctors, there goes...
But see, you got to understand, the mark of the beast ain't got nothing to do with no fucking computers. All of that shit is a facade. This is their imagination running over. I mean, it's nice. That's some shit that they could want to do, but it's some shit known as a prophecy. And that prophecy shall be fulfilled. It's already coming to fruition. You can see it. You can feel it. Everybody's waking up. The frequency is changing. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Everything within the environment of the frequency shall be changed with the frequency. And the frequency is way bigger than you and I. It ain't nothing you can do to control the frequency. They tried for a long time with taking off different megahertz and yada, yada, yada. But none of that shit worked either, did it? AIDS didn't work. Syphilis didn't work. Crack, heroin, e-pills. I don't give a fuck what it was. Whatever they brought out, it was to get one people. And guess what? That none of that shit worked. Because it ain't never gonna work. It was never working. It might work for your mind at the time, but overall, it ain't shit you can do. There's nothing you can do. You can scrounge, you can flip around, you can flail, but it's not going to change the outcome of the overall mathematics. So on to your next project that's not going to work.
Judge, there's no telling. And then there goes your U.S. dollar. And then what's next? It's all digital. So you'd have to be digital. So if you had to pay for something, they can just cut it off, because when you think outside the box, they can't stand it, right? We need you. I hope you hear me. I hope y'all all hear me. As we the people, just like animals, they shook the jar of ants, people. We should be fired up right now. And I mean completely fired up. These sick symbolic baby eating MFers, we're coming for you. Oh, we are coming. And I'm telling you, there's hundreds of thousands of us that have been awake. But now you've woken up everybody. And we, the people, are mad infuriated. You have no idea. I hope y'all can hear me. I hope you can really hear my voice on what's going on. And what's happening is going to happen fast, people. It's going to happen fast. First, they release the files. Next, we go to war. What's next? What else did they do? They did something else. I just don't recall off the top of my head. And then they're shoving the robots in your faces, saying, what are you going to do about it? What you going to do, big boy? But I'm ready. I hope y'all are. But I don't see how.
Aztec, what up,
how
man?
can you
You've
just
been rocking
continue
with
to
me for a
live life
minute.
like it's normal? Sit quiet.
Aztec, welcome, man. You've been rocking with me for a minute.
And don't want to talk about it. Well, here we are. Here am I. I'm ready. I'm ready. We have Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and we have one God, and we have we the people, y'all. Here's a good verse for y'all guys. Every man faces battles in life. Scripture reminds us that warriors do not stand alone. God rises up strong men beside us, trains our hands for battle, and gives victory through those who stand with us. I pray for everybody. There's an old saying that Jesus Christ would often go to the woods for prayer. Well, I'm not going to continue to feed this system. The dollar's printed, right? So what's coming? If we're not going to do anything, I'll be out in the beautiful mountains, you know. And it's just, I don't see how you can continue to live this life and put up with this. They're eating your children. They're doing horrific things all over the place that you couldn't possibly imagine. If you can hear me, I pray for everybody. I really do. And we got this. I think we got this. People are starting to wake up. I can tell you that.
Hey, JBW. Why would he have to make it about race when it's always been about race? Why would he have to make y'all are funny. It's always been about race. It's never been about nothing else. And you motherfuckers always trying to act like it's not. You're acting like we started the game of racism. No, motherfucker, you did. Maybe not you personally, but you indulge in it. You in this chat acting like you're oblivious, which tells me, motherfucker, that you're well versed in racism. You knee deep in that shit. So don't act like you don't fucking know why it's always about racism. It's always about race, bitch, because you motherfuckers made it that way. We certainly ain't the ones who, we ain't even come up with the concept of race, motherfucker. You did. Or your fucking people, your kind did. The weakest motherfuckers in the race is the motherfuckers who made the bullshit. So at the end of the day, don't ask no dumbass questions. We certainly wouldn't have it that way. You know why? Because we ain't worrying about nobody else's race or whatever that even is. Y'all made that weak ass shit up, not us. And you did that based on the need to feel like you're in the race. When at the end of the day, scientifically, you know what the fuck it is. Your scientists is the ones who made the charts. So don't ask no stupid questions. If you're gonna come into an intelligent live stream, act fucking intelligent. Don't ask us no dumb shit about why is it always about race. It's always about race because you motherfuckers made it that way. And it's an argument you can't win. You should leave race alone. You shouldn't even have made up no shit like race. You'd be better off everybody just being people. But since you want to specify, cool. But you just signaled your ass out as a loser.
This is ridiculous, but I'm calling on all y'all to at least to wake people up, and I hope you get infuriated because this is ridiculous what they put it in our faces, y'all, and they won't release the rest of it. This is not Republican or Democrat anymore, y'all. They all voted to keep it away from you, me, we the people, and we're never going to see the rest of it. And I swear, if they did release it, which I'm done, I can't look anymore. I'm burnt out. But they really.
But here's the thing. A lot of y'all already saw it. Y'all was watching that shit for amusement. A lot of y'all was trading it and sending it to your friends and sending it around the internet and going on the dark web. I don't even know what the fuck the dark web is. For what? It ain't shit on the dark web that I'm looking for. It's a fucking weirdo mart. People looking for weird shit. And y'all was on there watching that shit for leisure and pleasure. Like it was a motherfucking cartoon or a soap opera. And I guarantee you, I can't watch shit like that. That's number one. I don't want to watch shit like that. That's number two. Number three, I have a subconscious mind that reacts to every motherfucking thing that I feed it. So why in the fuck would I feed my subconscious mind some bullshit like that? But a lot of you motherfuckers just you're not intelligent enough to understand that you're feeding your subconscious some bullshit. Or you're just animal nature and it don't matter to you to see some heinous shit with your own eyes. Some of y'all are of that nature. And that's why you can stomach that shit. I will vomit. My stomach not holding no nasty shit like that. That's why y'all can fuck around and eat a sandwich while motherfuckers hanging in a tree. Because you sick. You sick. Normal people can't watch no shit like that. Eating a fucking sandwich. You nasty motherfuckers. And that's just real.
It would collapse. It would collapse all day long. You will lose your mind. You will lose it. But when you get it back, went through some darkness. It was a dark episode, but I'm back, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. These are sick individuals, y'all.
Look, y'all, we talking about motherfucking cannibals, and these these goofballs are still talking about Republicans and Democrats. JB, can I tell you something? All the people that's doing this shit was white. So let's lose the red and blue. Fuck the colors. Let's just say it was white people doing these crimes that we're talking about. Elite, rich, wealthy motherfuckers. It ain't had shit to do with no Democratic and Republican. So we could leave that one alone. And let's say who it really was. Because all I see y'all doing is trying to blame other white people. Oh, they was doing it too. Yeah, I'm sure they was. The Democrats was doing the same shit that the Republicans was doing. Okay, we got that out the way. But let's dig deeper. All them motherfuckers was white people. That's a fact. I guess y'all gonna call me racist. Go ahead. This the part where y'all say, this dude's a fucking racist. No. It was white people eating white people. Does that make, that don't make me racist? I ain't eat no motherfucking body, nor would I. Listen, white people, y'all can't keep talking about other people when we talking about you, motherfucker. Stop trying to spin it. How I feel about Native Americans. First of all, Native Americans are not native to this landmass. The people that came to the United States and assumed the term Native Americans were Eskimos from Alaska. When the United States purchased Alaska from the Soviet Union, the deal was to leave the motherfucking people that was on the land there. So basically, they sold the fucking people and the land to the United States. And the United States brought them motherfuckers to the mainland of the United States, Eskimos, and named them motherfuckers Native Americans. The people that was here when Columbus got here was dark, woolly-haired American Indians. Black people. You want to go down that rabbit hole too? Seminoles. Gullahs. Blackfoot. Not no fucking Navajo. That's new made up shit. That's $5 Indian shit. Crees. Choctaw. The real motherfucking natives that was here when they got here. It wasn't no fucking stringy haired people here when no goddamn Columbus got here. It was woolly haired, dark skinned, melanated people. Talking about natives was cannibals. Man, shut up. Them motherfuckers showed that they ate buffalo and shit that was here. Y'all ain't talking to no motherfucking fool. You talking to a person that's well-versed in history, well-versed in your motherfucking atrocities. Everything that happened, I know about. In the correct manner. Not that bullshit they taught your ass in them Constantinople fucking grade books. That bullshit. Eskimos is the motherfuckers that they brought here talking about they some motherfucking natives. How the fuck they native? Them motherfuckers they ain't even know how to motherfucking to work the land. And ain't even from this climate. So how in the fuck would they know how to work the land? They didn't know how to work the motherfucking land. And you can tell that they don't know how to work the land because all I see is a bunch of motherfucking alcoholics with overgrown reservations that don't got no farmland on that shit. They ain't planting and cropping nothing. All I see is a bunch of old cars and fucking alcoholics and meth addicts. Why, if the Native Americans, the fake Native Americans, pretendians, was the real native people, then why the fuck don't they know how to work the land? Why are they sitting on these motherfucking reservations and don't know what to do with all that fucking land? Ain't nothing growing up that bitch. I know why. Because they never worked no fucking lands because they was in a cold climate. was known as Alaska. You dummies.
Sick. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. Just their little runners, the sex trafficking.
All you gotta do is go look at the motherfucking old cartoons after World War II, like Bugs Bunny and shit. It showed that the Native Americans, fucking Mongolians or whatever the fuck they is, Siberian. That's what the fuck. That's their native. And you see them with the little papooses and all that shit. That shit is Alaskan. Carrying the baby on your back and all that shit. We didn't do no shit like that. No native people here carry no babies on their motherfucking back. So what I'm saying is, Eskimos and the Eskimo people is the people that they brought here en masse. Do your goddamn some real research. Because them grade books ain't gonna tell you nothing but some bullshit.
Huge, right? It's all connected to that. And they target your kids, y'all. How much longer are we going to put up with this? Everything in our food system's terrible. Go look at the back of the cans. I say bioengineered on it. I mean, it's the medicine, hospitals, everything else. We literally lived a lie, everybody. Now is the time. I hope you hear me. I really hope you hear me. Now, it's now or never. We leave this earth with nothing, y'all. Y'all know that. Dust to dust. Ashes with ashes. Time is near. Time is completely near. I'm talking all colors. We need your help. All colors. When animals get hurt, they bond together. This is that time, y'all.
We not
I love
animals.
y'all, but this is the time. Stay strong out there, and be aware of your surroundings. And also, you know, getting through all this, key information is key of life, everybody. Just note that. I'm just not asleep like a lot of these people, and I'm calling on all the people. Do you trust your government? Because I sure don't. Never have. And I'm sure all the rest of you don't either. So I'm done. I am done. I'm done. I appreciate y'all guys out there that are duetting this and sharing everywhere.
We
and
are all
everything.
products
We couldn't
of
do
our
it without your
environment. No.
help and support. Thank you so much. God bless you.
No, the fuck we're not. Because the motherfucking Alaskans or Eskimos, they got plenty of motherfucking melanin. They're brown people. And they've been up there in the motherfucking snow and ice for millions of fucking years. They've been around for a long motherfucking time. In a cold climate. And they didn't lose no fucking pigment. They didn't turn goddamn white. So that ain't it. Climate ain't got shit to do with the color of your skin. Nothing to do with the color of your skin. Because even if your ass was in the sun, you don't have what it takes to brown. You need a high concentration of melanin for that. So you're just going to turn red. Which means it ain't got shit to do with the sun. Or what climate you in. It don't have nothing to do with that. That's just some shit that white scientists came up with as a conclusion to be included in the beginning. And we know for a fact that you can't find no fucking bones older than like 6,000 years, and I'm stretching that. I'm giving you some grace time. But 6,000 years, you ain't gonna find nothing older than that. You can find bones of original people that's millions of motherfucking years old. Millions, M-I-illions.
And we all got this. We all got this. I pray everybody, God bless you, and stay strong. Stay strong and get ready. Get ready. Where's the blacks at?
Motherfucker talking about humans. Y'all need to really. I feel you, Larry Myers. I don't even think that's a goddamn argument. We don't even have to. We can look out this motherfucker and see that for sure. Smash that like button, y'all. Subscribe to the channel, man. We need to. Let me see how many subscribers we got. How many likes we got on this? We should have 100 likes on this goddamn video.
Where's the Mexicans at? Where's the whites at?
Being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold
Larkin,
accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much. What is
Kicked him off the air immediately. Kicked him off the air immediately. And there's two things I want to show you in this clip.
Real quick, y'all, we need 6 more likes to get to 900, which means we need 106 likes to get to 1,000, y'all. I believe we could do it tonight. I believe we could do that shit tonight. Smash that like button. We got 93 likes. We need 7 more likes to get to 100 likes. And we need 106 likes to get to 1,000 subscribers, man. I mean, 106 subs. God damn it. I'm sorry. 106 subs. We got 1,000. And that's in 15 days. This is the 12th day. Our 12th day, we are at 894 subscribers. It's been a hell of a week. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
I want you to really look at Oliver's face because you can see the idea start to brew as soon as they bring up child rape. And 2, I want you to see the fear in this man's eyes. As soon as this motherfucker starts speaking, he knows, this cocksucker on the left knows Oliver Larkin is about to bring up the fact that Donald J. Trump, the president of the United States of America, is a fucking pedophile, a child rapist, sex trafficking criminal. That's what he is. Facts don't care about your fucking feelings.
Being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. And they've sent APAC after Thomas Massey for having the temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate your time very much. What is
kicked him off the air?
Hey, they got his ass up off the air real quick, fast, and in a hurry. Smash that like button, y'all. Smash that like button. We need 7 more likes. Let's get to 100 likes. Always, in my book, considered a great live stream. 222 people in the chat. Shit, I just need 7 of y'all to hit the like. And we done with it. Let's get it.
Kicked him off the air immediately.
MAGA just lost the whole thing. The plot, the narrative, the country, the world. More than that. Because of this cult leader that they've picked, who has no impulse control and can't stay on message, they sabotaged the whole bipartisan pyramid scheme where the Epstein class gets to rule over the rest of us like peasants. It's all exposed. Imperialism, Zionism, white nationalism, militarism, every project that's been dividing the people of planet Earth into labor camps while they roam around without any borders, just pillaging the whole place, thinking we can't see them doing it. We see everything. Now it's only a matter of time. All of us doing our parts, swimming down, we can put this empire to sleep. So for the Magans who are still holding on, let's go over where it all went wrong, give you a minute to shake the slime off your eyes and get oriented.
Yeah, white people, we built the world, we built everything. Yeah, we were the ones who started civilization and we built everything that you see across the globe. Yeah, whites, we're the superior race. There is no race that is above us in absolutely anything.
So you're the superior race?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And you built civilization and you developed all the infrastructure, across the world, especially America, things of that nature, right? That's what you're saying? Yeah, you're goddamn right. Okay, why is the sun kicking the superior race's ass like none other right now? How exactly did y'all start civilization and you only existed for 6,000 years, whereas the original being, the original aboriginal so-called black man and woman has been here for over 300,000 fucking years? How is it you can take responsibility for building America, building its laws, building the nation and all of that shit, never take any responsibility for the atrocities that has been implemented for it to even stand and be here as it is now? What? Just hold that thought. The truth of the matter is you guys are the biggest robbers, rapists, and pillagers of all fucking history. Racial hate wouldn't even be a fucking thing if it wasn't for your terrible fucking existence showing up. Everything was all good up until you fuckers showed up. Let's be honest. You guys say all the same typical fucking shit about black folks committing the most crime and doing this, that, and the third. Nobody ever mentions how they have the most exonerations. Crimes that they didn't commit that they had to finally be set free from. You're a part of a group of people that likes to make memes and jokes and just poke fun at actual real situations, man. But when it happens to you, you don't like any of it. It seems to be a motherfucking problem. You talk about blacks killing blacks in black neighborhoods like whites don't kill whites in white neighborhoods. You talk about black folks being the EBT tribe when you guys are the largest fucking recipients of SNAP benefits ever. You try to point the finger at original fucking people for any mistakes or anything that happens on their side, but never speak on your absolute and utter love for fucking and killing children. That's a thing for you guys. You know what? Just shut the fuck up. We are truly sick of hearing you raggedy motherfuckers lies, all the bullshit jokes, you all say the same fucking things, do the same fucking things, and guess what? Nobody hears you, nobody fucking believes you. Why? Because y'all have a fucking long history of falsifying absolutely and utterly everything. Nobody gives a shit what you have to say. Nobody gives a shit about your white search engines. Nobody gives a shit about any of the bullshit statistics or facts that you think you have because you don't. So y'all truly and honestly want us to believe the words of the biggest robber, rapist, and pillager and liar on the fucking planet, believe all their statistics and believe their fucking engines and believe all of what they say? You expect us to truly take that and be like, yeah, this is the fucking truth. The same one who took the truth from everywhere, falsified everything, and spewed the lies and had the fucking masses believe it. You guys really want, get the fuck out of here. Let's tell the truth here today. You have no history. You have no real history, culture, or background for that matter. You have no truth in you. Let's take it all the way to the truth. You have no soul. I'm supposed to listen to the words of a soulless, bland, lying piece of shit of a fucking group of people? I'm supposed to listen to the bullshit lies, the bullshit fucking falsehoods, the bullshit background of a motherfucker who literally wiped and whitewashed everything just for them to look good in the motherfucker. And I'm supposed to listen to you? Fuck yourself. Racism. Hi there, everyone. These people are truly pathetic. And I want you to know that nothing that they say or do matters. That's why they have to try to inflict so much pain, do so much terrible things to make a mark on the world, make the mark on other people, even if it's a negative mark, because they truly have nothing in them. Nothing but lies, nothing but hatred, nothing but misguidance, nothing but projection. Period, point blank. There's no reason to take these people seriously. There's no reason to have to be upset. The only thing we need to do, if we are going to be upset, if we are going to have rage and anger, have it in the right positions and have it in the right direction. Right towards these fucking devils who seek to kill and destroy all of us. But here, I hope you guys enjoy this skit. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. I love it when they fucking fill the comment section with their bullshit. I love it when they hop in and talk their fucking mess, because you know why? It just shows a clearer picture of who these raggedy, recessive gene,
petri dish ass motherfuckers are. And I love every bit of it. I have been Marley Bando. I hope you guys enjoy the content. I will be making more regardless of what any of you motherfuckers think. But yeah. You guys enjoy the remainder of your day.
Yeah, white people, we built the world, we built everything. Yeah, we were the ones who started civilization and we built everything that you see across the globe. Yeah, white, we're the superior race. There is no race that is above us in absolutely anything.
So you're the superior race?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And you built civilization and you developed.
All right, Jesus, please save the white man. My heart's bleeding for our white heritage. Donald, you're a good man. You love America. And you're the only one trying to protect us in our Christian values. It don't matter that our first president owned hundreds of slaves. They were building a Christian nation. And we got to keep these Muslims out. They're a threat to our way of life. Everybody look, it's that damn wokeness trying to make me feel like a villain. I saw a taco truck today. And I started shaking because they trying to replace us. Chuck, say the white man. Help the white man. Please help the white man. Oh, you help the white man. Please. Y'all like that? That's the shit we white folks feed ourselves every morning, ain't it? Yeah, we created a white mirage to a man who's just a modern day Andrew Jackson. Because our white narcissism is so deep, we'd rather treat an evil narcissist like a god than stand equal with a fucking human being.
I fuck with this dude right here, man.
Man who's just a modern day Andrew Jackson. Man. And I started shaking because they trying to replace us. Chuck, say the white man. Help the white man. Please help the white man. Oh, you help the white man. Please. Y'all like that? That's the shit we white folks feed ourselves every morning, ain't it? Yeah, we created a white mirage to a man who's just a modern day Andrew Jackson. Because our white narcissism is so deep, we'd rather treat an evil narcissist like a god than stand equal with a fucking human being. Yeah, I like to hunt. Me and my daddy used to hunt a lot. But ain't what I want to talk about today. You better listen close. When the rabbits got the gun, it ain't no fun. The people we spent 400 years hunting just took a hold of the narrative, and they're about to read back the ledger of everything we owe. You're a white person scared to death that black people want to go do to us what we done to them. You're projecting your own violent heart, hoping for a payback that fits your bloodthirsty history. But here's the fucking truth. Black people don't want revenge. They never did. That's a white fantasy born out of guilt. They spent centuries demanding justice and fairness, not retribution. They don't want to hunt you. They just want to live their fucking lives without asking for your permission. Won't be left the fuck alone. Or you're too scared of a monster you created in your own fucking head to justify staying on top. And look at the sickness of Christian fascism. We're exporting it right now. We wrapped ourselves in the Bible while we funded genocide in Palestine. We bankroll an evil regime that slaughtered over 72,000 human beings, thousands of them children, for their own fucking tax dollars and our bombs. And why are we always looking for a fight in Iran? Why are we chasing brown and Muslim souls all over the Middle East? We tell ourselves it's about security, but we know the truth. It's about oil. It's about resources. It's about a white imperialism that thinks it owns the fucking world. We would not be chasing these wars if they were white Christians. Our Islamophobia is just the newest mask for the same old racism that decides who gets to keep their land and who gets erased for our profit. The First Nations, the indigenous people. Let's look at the receipts. White folks talk about civilization like we brought it here in a fucking boat. The Aztecs Mexico were building cities that were cleaner, larger, and more sophisticated than anything in Europe. The Aztecs taught white people about sanitation, about complex mathematics, and the concept of zero, an irrigation system so advanced, makes white plumbing look like a fucking joke. They gave us the very crops to kept the world from starving corn, chocolate, tomatoes, vanilla. And how did we pay them? We stole their gold, and then white folks stole their blueprints for democracy. The white Constitution modeled after the Confederacy of indigenous people and the Great Law of Peace. And you want to talk about patriots? George Washington owned over 300 human beings. Thomas Jefferson owned over 600. They weren't just men who happened to have a slave. These were major human traffickers. Your hero, Andrew Jackson, was no different. A salesman of souls who signed the Trail of Tears and blood just to expand slavery. Even today, white people are still trying to steal indigenous waters for pipelines. We ain't conquered them. We've just been the world's most violent landlord. Look at the black soul. This is the section white folks really want to just bury, ain't it? Because if we admit what they did, white genius looks like a fucking lie. They didn't just clear the swamps of D.C. and lay the bricks for the White House. They designed the world white people live in. Hell, you're looking at me right now on a cell phone, right now because of Jesse Russell, a black man from Nashville, who pioneered digital cellular technology. White people have cellular ID, fiber optics, because of Dr. Shirley Jackson. You're surviving surgery because Charles Drew figured it out, the blood bank. And Dr. Daniel Hale Williams performed the first successful open heart surgery. White houses stay warm because of Alice Parker's central heating.
From Baltimore, Maryland, by the way.
And Lewis Latimer's invented the carbon filament that made the light bulb actually fucking work. Garrett Morgan gave you the traffic light and the gas mask. Frederick McKinley Jones gave you the refrigerated truck so the food we eat don't rot. The white people think we got to the moon on white pride. No, we got there on the map of Katherine Johnson. White people are living in a house designed by the minds we tried to cage. And we're still trying to ban the black authors who wrote the truth about it. That's white intellectual fucking bankruptcy. The integrity of the Hispanic soul. And them immigrants, the Hispanic folk, white people call invaders, are the blood of the Aztecs and the Mayan walking among us today. There are people defined by humility, humbleness, and integrity. Work ethic. White folks scream about rapists and drug dealers. It's a goddamn fucking lie, and you know it. There ain't a single piece of data on this earth that backs up that white racist fantasy. The truth we can't handle is that undocumented Hispanics commit far less crime than white folks do. It ain't even close. Hell, they're just families escaping poverty and violence, looking for a better life. But look at white hypocrisy. There are over 500,000 white immigrants here without papers. But ICE ain't knocking on their doors. Why? Because they have the right skin color. ICE is just a targeted weapon used against brown bodies. You sit in your truck and cry about how these people...
Subscribe to the channel, man. This type of heat we dropping. This my man right here. A lot of y'all probably seen him before, but you're going to see him a lot on this channel. And people just like him that's spitting the truth and ain't got no times for people's feelings. Fuck your feelings. Facts don't give a shit.
Or draining the system. But that's a fucking lie. These humble, high-integrity people pay billions into Social Security they've never seen a dime of. We are the ones crying about a replacement that happened 400 years ago. By us. The spine, Asian labor, and white tears. Look at the Asians and Chinese carved the spine of this nation out of solid granite, building a transcontinental railroad when white men were too scared to touch the fuse. And how did white people reward them? With the Chinese Exclusion Act. Then we did it again in 1942, the Japanese internment camps. White people stole their homes and threw them in cages while their sons died for a country that treated them like fucking prisoners. But let's get real about white women. You've played the innocent victim for 400 fucking years. But white women have been the primary executioners of the white supremacist dream. White women are the ones at the kitchen tables teaching our children how to be bigots. White women have used white women's tears as death warrants for entire cities. You don't believe me? Look at Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. One lie, those few fake white tears in an elevator gave the white mob permission to drop bombs onto Black Wall Street, murdering hundreds. Look at Rosewood in 1923. One white woman lied to cover her own tracks, and white people erased an entire black...
Because she was taking that black D. Yeah, she was taking that black. And we know why. We know exactly why. She was on that chocolate train. That hook and reel. And guess what? She lied about it and got a whole goddamn town massacred or burnt down, destroyed.
Found for it. Look at Carolyn Bryant. Only took one lie from a white woman to get Emmett Till, 14-year-old little boy, mutilated and murdered. And you're still doing it today, white women. You call the police as your personal hit squad, white tears, because a black man is bird watching or existing in your line of sight. This Karen culture ain't new. The same old white supremacy in a yoga outfit. We ain't innocent. White women are the weapon that make
Same old white supremacy in a yoga outfit.
the system fucking work. Yeah, no, not all. But too goddamn many. The moral lobotomy. White people don't want our kids to know any of this shit. That's why white folks are so desperate for white revisionist history. We're whitewashing the textbooks, banning the truth, CRT, anti-DEI. White folks are terrified. We're scared that if the world sees the blood on the foundation, the white mirage will vanish. White people are cowards hiding behind censored curriculum. Whiteness is a moral lobotomy. It's a contract of theft. The final note, a message of love. The people we spent centuries trying to break, black, brown, indigenous, Muslim, Palestinian souls, didn't take the gun to hunt us. They took it to bury the fucking lie. Now, most white people are going to hear this and conclude, I'm all about white guilt. You're going to say, I hate white people, or that I hate myself. Nothing could be further from the fucking truth. Actually, I do this work because I love my people. I am white, and I'm telling you this because our love for white narcissism, white supremacy, and Christian fascism is robbing us of our very humanity. It's stripping us of our credibility, our dignity, and our fucking soul. This path we're on is self-destructive. It's actively destroying us from the inside out. I don't do this just for the souls we've stepped on. I do it for us also. Because until we bury the lie of whiteness and embrace the power of whole human family, we'll never be whole humans. In summary, diversity or destruction, you choose. A multiracial democracy is the only house standing. And diversity is the only thing keeping the fucking roof from falling in. Let's be clear. America is diversity. We are a nation built on immigrants. And that is what made us special. This is the engine that allowed us to rise above every other fucking nation on this planet. Our strength wasn't in our walls. It was in our ability to fuse different minds, different histories, different strengths into something the world had never seen. But look at us now. It's only because of our hatred for immigrants and our terror of diversity that we are fucking falling. We are tearing out the engine because we don't like the color of the people who built it. Isolation is death. Diversity is the only path to a livable future. The table is set. And if white people are too busy praying to a dying empire, then stay hungry, motherfucker. We're moving on. Deal with it. And for my white brothers and sisters, I'll leave you with this. Because Fannie Lou Hamer, a great American, who said, nobody's free until everybody's free. Let that penetrate your little minds, white America. You think about that.
I couldn't figure out exactly why I was so heated about the Voting Rights Act being gutted. I mean, for the obvious reasons, guys. But then I was like, this weekend I was thinking about it, I was like, oh my God, yeah, it's because that whole Southern strategy thing, okay? And short version, what that is that's when the Republicans, okay, in the South, they realize, oh, there's gold in them hills, right? We can just tell white people that the reason that they're uneducated, poor, is because the government is giving everything that should go to them to black people, right? So that they could weaponize white resentment and turn that into political power. It's important to say that even then, right? They didn't write like, we hate black people. No. They codified it. They allowed things to be plausible deniability, right? Like, no loitering or poll taxes or this, that, or a million other things, okay? Little ways to make people less than or...
Liberty Bibberty. That's my name. I tell everyone it feels great getting great coverage and savings on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Liberty Bibberty. Don't overdo it. Great coverage, great savings.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty. To make it difficult for them to vote, etc., okay? So this was the Southern strategy, and that is exactly what is happening right now. If Trump realizes, as of course he does, I mean, he's dumb, but the people that surround him are not dumb, that the general public is not happy right now, right? Not with the economy, not with anything, all right? Trump's second...
Yeah, I'm AI.
Listen how I talk. Don't I talk just like AI? White people ain't shit. You want this shit to be AI. Hey, listen. That's the argument. When all else fails, fuck it. This shit AI.
Term has been an abysmal, abject failure, no questions asked. So what do? They go, okay, well, we're not going to get every vote in the country. That's obvious because we've like pissed off a lot of people. All right, so what do? We lock down the votes that we can. Southern strategy. Come back to that in a second. Okay. We disenfranchise as many people as humanly possible, gutting the Voting Rights Act. All right. And then we attack voting all out, right? Voter purges, voter ID, okay? Because, if you can't get people to the polls for your
The truth, you can't handle the truth.
policy, then you get them to the polls because they hate the people that you hate. You see it. It's been happening this whole time. They keep giving these white racist voters these things to hide behind, right? It's not that you're a racist. It's that you believe in merit, right? While people like Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel, okay. Not that you think that women should be second-class citizens. It's because you believe in family values, right? That's what it is. It's not that you want to control women's bodies. It's that you're pro-life. No, you're pro-birth because you don't give a shit what happens to people after they're born. And you don't even care about how they were conceived, whether that was because of grape or anything else. Let me not get off on that rant. That's the test, right? That's getting ready to happen is... and this is going to be so interesting because in 2024, if you ask somebody like, hey, why did you vote for Trump? They'd be like, oh, it's the economy, jobs, inflation.
The real indigenous Hawaiians are dark-skinned, curly-haired people. I don't know what the fuck you are, but if you the people that was there after the Pearl Harbor shit, then you ain't even original. You a squatter, in so many words.
Blah, blah, blah. I didn't really like him, didn't really like what he said, but my wallet, But now, with everything laid bare, right? It's not as if people don't understand what the goals of this administration are, okay? White supremacy, male dominance, Christian nationalism enforced, okay? And billionaires getting wealthy, all right? And a judicial system that basically goes, what? It's all legal. What are you guys talking about? You're crazy. Come on. The whole Southern strategy thing, right? You can see that is exactly what has happened during this entire term, right? The attack on immigrant rights, the attacks on DEI, attacks on black districts and schools and history and voting rights. I mean, they're telling us what they are doing. Question is really like, do Americans care enough? And the worst part is that this block and his family and all the other billionaires have amassed obscene amounts of wealth during his second term. There's corporate greed and AI displacing jobs, and everybody is hurting, regardless of race, right? And instead of going, wait a minute, maybe the problem is the people in power, the GOP is going to prey on their white fears, right? Their white replacement theory fears that this country is being taken over by other people because it belongs to them. I'm sorry, this was a brown country and then their white asses came over here and did, okay, whatever. Like that will never, I mean, it's not funny, but it will never cease being amusing to me that white people think that they deserve any privilege in a country that was brown before they got here. But anyway.
You already know he like them big dummies.
Okay, that's another video. That's white people for a second. And y'all know which kind of white people I'm talking about. So don't even miss me with those silly comments, okay? Here's the thing. At some point, mostly I'm talking to you MAGA voters, all right? At some point, you guys are going to have to realize this. The color of your skin does not mean anything except that you burn more easily in the sun, okay? That's really it. Because what it is in this country is that we have people on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, who literally do not give a rip about public service, okay? They go there because it's a personal brand, so they can enrich themselves and rub elbows with the right people so that they can start, businesses when they leave and have high-paying contracts, blah, 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 all right? It isn't about public service, guys. It's all a jig, all right? There's a few people in Congress, probably less than 10, all right, who I really think are there for the right reasons. The rest of them on whole, and I don't give a shit what the party is, garbage, wash it, flush it, start over, all right? So here's the thing, white people, and again, you know which ones I'm talking about. You're not special. I'm sorry. I know it's so hard to hear that. I know that, okay? Your whiteness is a lack of melanin, not that you were given something. It actually means that you are lacking melanin. Just like I am lighter than a black person, okay? It means that they have more melanin than me. That's pretty much it, all right? Yeah, we have some cultural differences, blah, 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 okay? But here's the thing. We're all Americans, okay?
Yes.
We're all fighting the same battles. We're all trying to feed our families, protect our kids, take care of our aging parents.
Now we fucking talking. That's what I'm talking about.
Leave the world a little better than we found it. Maybe put a nest egg away for the people, that come after us in our family. That's it. And until you guys understand that, you're going to keep not only voting against your interests, but you're going to keep voting against everyone's interest only because of the promise of some illusory thing that you're going to have some bet. Look at what's happening. You don't get special white people prices at the pump. You don't get special white people prices at the grocery store, okay? The only white people benefiting in this system, they're the billionaires. It's not you. It's never gonna be you. It was never you, okay? The whole concept of whiteness was all designed to give political power. It's all been a lie from the jump, all right? And I
wake up.
Get it. You guys hear this shit preached to you from the pulpit. You hear it 24 hours a day on Fox News, but it's all a lie. You are part of the American electorate. You are no better than anybody else, no matter what the rules used to be or who used to own who or any of the rest of that bullshit that used to go down in this country. All right? And until you understand that, you are a tiny portion of the population and shrinking day by day because newer generations are understanding that you guys were all backwards and ill-informed. And what happens when white people who were raised in the South, when they go to school and they live around Black and Indian and Asian people and Hispanics, what happens? They go, oh, none of that shit was really true in the first place. Of course, there are some stereotypes, but they go like, that was all bullshit. Like, I was taught to be racist for no reason, all right? So at some point, you guys are going to have to come to terms with the fact, all right, that your little reign of terror, whatever it was, it really never belonged to you unless you were super wealthy. It's over, all right? You're an American. You got to get on the same team with everybody else, all right? And we all need to fight as citizens against the billionaire class at the top who's...
Fuck Republicans and Democrats. You ain't got to pick one of those. What you got to do is decide what's best for us as a group, motherfuckers, not as individuals. When y'all start that Democratic and Republican shit, you fucking up. We supposed to be checking the Republicans and Democrats, not fucking kissing their ass.
Taking our food, our education, our health, all of it, all right? So I'd love to see you guys do better in the midterms. This election, this is going to be so interesting because it's not just what are they voting for, right? It's what are they willing to tolerate, right? Outright racism, outright misogyny, PDF file, okay, behavior, complete and total corruption of the courts, an absolute abdication of responsibility by everybody in Congress and in the judicial system, a consolidation of power that was never intended by our founding documents, and basically the complete and absolute destruction of everything that it used to mean to
Sweet face, welcome to the chat.
Be American, simply so that they can hold on to the hopes that will all be targeted at someone other than them. They have a strategy for every demographic. And the point is that this is no longer, the Southern strategy was isolated to the South. This is nationwide, okay? This is their strategy, right? Cheat any way that you can to give us an advantage, disenfranchise those voters so that they don't even turn out, and then make it nearly impossible for people to vote. And then, worst case to worst, if you don't win, say it was a damn lie. Say that it was stolen from you. I mean, these fucking people are insufferable. So I guess the real question that I want you guys to sit with, I want you to answer for me is, okay, what do you think these people are going to do? We're about to find out in this country exactly how racist this nation still is.
If you're a United States citizen, I actually need your attention right now. I don't care if you're liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, old, young, rich, poor, white, black. Eyes locked in. I now have people from Israel on my inbox on social media threatening me, harassing me, calling me names, trying to tell me what I am and I'm not allowed to say. Why am I addressing Americans when I talk about this? Because I don't think you guys understand how actually out of control and unhinged this shit is, okay? I've always been a social media content creator for like the past 3 or 4 years of my life. With the recent turn of events in the United States, I started making political content, okay? One thing I said before I even made political content was that I always thought social media and mainstream media, being the news, pumped us full of propaganda and had too much reach in way of infringing upon our constitutional right to freedom of speech. No corporation, entity, or community standards should be able to impede upon our constitutional right to freedom of speech in the United States of America that is federally protected and written into law. But nonetheless, they found a way to do so with community standards and propaganda via mainstream media like Fox News and now CNN, okay? This is a reality. It's not a conspiracy theory, all right? So there's always been an overreach on infringing upon our constitutional right to freedom of speech. And recently, I've spoken out quite a bit about a lot of things having to do with Zionism and Israel. Number one, I am against the genocide in Palestine. Now, whether you're a humanitarian, a Christian, your moral compass actually points north, or you're a greedy capitalistic scumbag, we can all agree that American tax dollars should go to American social services. There is absolutely no reason we should be funding somebody else's healthcare and education or their genocide, their religious crusade, for that matter, with American tax dollars while eliminating American social safety nets. We're losing FEMA relief. We're losing funding to the Department of Education. They're defunding the police. And a lot of you conservatives were really against that when liberals were talking about it for the BLM, but you're okay when MAGA does it. It's actually insane. They're cutting Medicaid. They're cutting food stamps. They're going to cut Social Security, veterans benefits, and the list goes on. But one thing they've never cut is funding to Israel. What is my point? My point is this. We don't have conspiracy theories anymore. I have spoken very outwardly and done millions of views on a lot of my posts talking about Zionism and Israel. Zionism is a cult. Israel is a government. Judaism is a religion that is beautiful. But whenever you speak out against Zionism, the diaspora of Israel, and so on and so forth, they try to tell you you're anti-Semitic. Let me be disrespectfully clear to the people in my inbox. I can't be anti-Semitic when you're not fucking Semitic. Anti-Semitic. I can't be anti-Semitic when you're not fucking Semitic.
Smash that like button. That's my favorite motherfucking phrase right there. Bitch, cut me loose. I ain't got no time for the bullshit or drinking the juice. How can I be anti when you're not even? That's my motherfucking response to that shit every time.
Anti-Semitic is killing the Semitic people of Palestine. That's anti-Semitic. You're a European colonizer. That's what the fuck you are, okay? That's what the fuck I am, right? I'm a white person in the United States. It is what the fuck it is. So anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not mutually intertwined. Let's start there. When I touch on conspiracy theories, I say that these aren't conspiracy theories anymore because nobody's hiding it, okay? This is a matter of public record. You can look at us.gov. 98% of Congress has taken AIPAC money, which comes directly from Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. They put $45 million into pro-Zionist propaganda on Google and YouTube. They've purchased TikTok. They own AI surveillance facilities. They're buying up our farmland in bulk as our farms collapse. They own majority of the privatized military contracts. They own majority of your Roth IRAs and 401ks. They own the hedge funds that have purchased 1/3 of all single-family homes and rental properties in the United States of America. And the list just goes on and on and on, okay? So I've literally proven these things to you guys on social media and given you the sources that you can vet for yourself, because a lot of the time it comes directly from the horse's mouth. A lot of these politicians are not hiding it. They're trying to put Israeli flags outside of government offices. They're trying to put them in our schools. And these people are now so emboldened and entitled not only to our tax dollars, but us being their free-range tax slaves, that they genuinely believe they can reach into my inbox from halfway across the world and infringe upon my constitutionally protected right of freedom of fucking speech. Do you guys understand what they did to fucking Palestine and why they did it to Palestine? Do you understand that they're now moving on to the Christians? This isn't about Islamophobia. This isn't about people being Muslim. It's about European colonization, okay? And then furthermore, it's about the Zionist diaspora. It's about converting or cleansing the earth of Gentiles, which is anybody who is not Jewish. People have literally proven that they're responsible for majority of the wars that we initiated on their behalf in the Middle East. As I said, they own majority of our privatized military contracts. When you look back at what these contracts were used for, it was used to wage war against countries that Israel has beef with, weapons of mass destruction, 9/11. They're even, throwing out theories that he was responsible for JFK's assassination because he wanted something publicly done with AIPAC. I mean, they're suspected to have assassinated Charlie Kirk. They're threatening an assassination against Candace Owens. And however much I might not have liked these conservative political commentators, at the end of the day, freedom of speech in the United States is a constitutionally protected right. When they are now murdering our public figures and threatening our citizens because we want to see our tax dollars not funding a fucking genocide that's eventually going to be pointed at us, but instead going to social safety nets that we're paying for them while funding their genocide and diaspora, that's actually fucking insane. Like, you guys do understand they are taking our fucking money to kill Christians and Muslims in the fucking Holy Land, to colonize the world, and to cleanse it or convert it of Gentiles. That is their agenda. And they are so emboldened that they are assassinating our public figures and threatening our fucking citizens. Like, how do you think it started in Palestine? Do you think they just came out the gates bombing fucking Gaza? No, it was a slow crawl to the rhetoric that eventually led to their fucking genocide. And we see that happening in the United States. A, with MAGA coming for people of color, and now B, Palestine, okay? And once MAGA has completely cleansed the United States of people of color, make no mistake, they are going to continuously send these people the money they need to cleanse and convert the earth of Gentiles, which is everybody who isn't Jewish. And again, let me be clear, my problem is not with Judaism. My problem is with the Zionist cult that's bleeding Americans dry of tax dollars. You guys literally don't even have a funded education system for your fucking children. You don't have free health care, but you know who does? Them, off your fucking tax dollars. Do you understand? Go look up Gaza. Go look up Gaza. The reason your child doesn't have a funded education system is because you paid for that with your tax dollars. Okay? Whether it's morality, religion, being a humanitarian, or just flat out fucking capitalistic greed. I think we can all agree that American dollars should stay in the United States of America. But just saying that out loud has now got citizens or members of the IDF, that's the Israeli Defense Forces, that's the fucking military in Israel, threatening me, an American citizen. That's actually fucking happening. Bitch, what? I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. When they're done with them, they're coming for us, and they are literally making it as obvious as they possibly fucking can. The president is a cuckold. He doesn't give a fuck. He never has, and he never will. He rapes children on Epstein Island. All he gives a fuck about is getting his rocks off and being as rich as he can before he finally croaks in his dirty fucking diaper. Do you understand that that man does not give a fuck about selling out the United States of America, your constitutional rights, your sovereignty, your military, your farmland, and most important, your Lord and fucking Savior? It's not coming for us. It's here.
Think you know AARP? We've got a lot going on.
If you're a United States citizen, I actually need your...
Hey, y'all, subscribe to the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel. We do this, like, every day, multiple times a day, multiple times a night. Double tap that screen, y'all know what it is. We had 908 subscribers, y'all. 908 subscribers. I think we started the day at like 830 or something like that. I believe tonight we can get to 1,000 subscribers. Come on, y'all. Keep hitting that subscribe button. Definitely keep on hitting the like. Those human reactions are sending a message to YouTube to let them know that y'all definitely like the content that's coming from this channel. So whether you're commenting, hitting the like button, subscribing, it's all human reaction that YouTube appreciates, and I do as well. It's real easy to do. It don't cost nothing. It's free, but it helps the channel out a great deal. So let's see it. Human reactions.
Attention right now. I don't care if you're liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, old, young, rich, poor, white, black. Eyes locked in. I now have people from Israel on my inbox on social media threatening me, harassing me, calling me names, trying to tell me what I am and I'm not allowed to say. Why am I addressing Americans when I talk about this? Because I don't think you guys understand how actually out of control and unhinged this.
The people who stand against pedophiles are communists. If being anti-pedophile and anti-pedophile protector makes me a communist, then paint me commie, baby. And what's more, I've never seen a room full of more brain-dead idiots than the ones who start chanting USA after he gets called out for being a pedophile protector. It's a weird world when I stop looking like the crazy one. The people who stand against pedophiles are communists. If being anti-pedophile and anti-pedophile protector makes me a communist, then paint me commie, baby. And what's more, I've never seen a room full of more brain-dead idiots than the ones who start chanting USA after he gets called out for being a pedophile protector. It's a weird world when I stop looking like the crazy one. The people who stand against pedophiles are
He's a desperate and pathetic loser, but he's also incredibly dangerous, and we better be prepared. Let's talk about it. So Trump's speech last night was desperate, pathetic, and absurd. But it was also incredibly dangerous for obvious reasons, and we better be prepared for whatever this criminal insurrectionist piece of shit has in store for us in November to try to rig the election, or whatever he's going to do, seize ballot boxes, whatever he's going to do. We better prepare for the worst. But let's begin with the absurdity of all of this. Because if you had watched this thing last night, and I don't blame you if you didn't. I mean, if I didn't have to watch it, I wouldn't have. But if you did, you would have seen this ridiculous scene of this bloated, demented old buffoon caked in orange Oompa Loompa makeup with that ridiculous hair, struggling to breathe, slurring his words as he tried to read the words that were prepared for him on the teleprompter, and he has a hard time reading because the guy's barely literate. Anyway, just the absurdity of that, which unfortunately people have just become used to, but whatever. So there's the absurdity of the buffoonishness of the man himself, but then there's the absurdity of the substance, what he said, because that was pathetic. He had nothing. Now, he had promised that he was going to finally show us definitive proof, evidence of massive fraud in our elections, foreign interference, and rock-solid evidence that he really won the 2020 election and that it was stolen from him. This whiny little bitch has been whining about the 2020 election since November of 2020. Actually, since before. Because before the election, because all the polls showed that he was going to lose to Joe Biden. And he knew it. And so he started whining before the election that it was going to be rigged. So he was the sitting president whining that I guess it was going to be stolen right out from under him. And then that it was stolen right out from under him by the guy, I guess, who he called Sleepy Joe and accused of hiding in his basement. Remember, throughout that campaign, Sleepy Joe is hiding in his basement. So that guy who has no power, who's sleeping in his basement, he stole the election from the sitting president who has the full authority, the full power of the entire executive branch of the federal government and all the law enforcement agencies, everything. Joe Biden stole the election out from under him while sleeping in his basement. That's what his idiot supporters actually believe. Anyway, he's been whining about it since before November of 2020. He had all this time to prove that the election was stolen. He has nothing, because there is nothing, there never was anything, and there never will be anything, because he lost. There was no massive fraud in that election, period. Now, what cracks me up is his idiot supporters fell for it yet again. Oh, they were so excited. I saw comments from these people yesterday. Oh, they couldn't wait. Donald Trump is going to lower the boom, man. He's going to bring the hammer down. He's going to have evidence. He's going to have receipts to prove that the election was stolen from him. He's going to expose these members of the deep state. He's going to arrest them all. Remember, he had been promising to arrest Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Barack Obama back from 2016, remember? Barack Obama spied on my campaign, all that crap. He's been promising to arrest Barack Obama since then. But these people are so excited. It's finally going to happen. And he had nothing. They fell for it again. How disappointed must these idiots be? So that was my first reaction. My first reaction was to laugh my ass off at all of this. In fact, I couldn't even get through the whole thing. I had to stop and get on YouTube and do a live stream to laugh my ass off at this and to talk about the absurdity of it. Because it was clear after about 7 minutes or so that he had nothing. That this was a big pile of nothing, which it was. Now let's get to the substance, such as it was. And there really...
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. We are inside of 100 subscribers. To reach 1,000, y'all, let's go. Let's go. We need to get to 1,000 tonight. Tonight, we could do it.
There was nothing new at all. Every single thing that he said, to the extent that, what few things were actually true, it has all been known since 2020. And all of the information that they put up on the website, all these documents he was referring to, all of that was known since 2020, since the first time Trump was president. Now remember, Trump, he lost in November. He still was president for a couple of months, during which he was desperately trying to prove that the election was stolen. And all of this information they released last night, all of it was known since then. If there was anything in there that actually proved that the election was stolen from him, he would have used that in his 60-plus lawsuits trying to overturn the election. But there's nothing in there that proves the election was stolen. Now, he said things like, the main allegation was against China, that China meddled in our elections, and the main accusation was that China accessed about 220 million voter files during the 2020 election. Now, again, who was president during the 2020 election when China supposedly accessed illegally all of this voter data? Donald Trump. Donald Trump couldn't prevent it because he's an incompetent fool. So keep that in mind, too. When he's saying that all this happened on his watch. So this proves that he's an incompetent fool. Now remember that, because to believe that the election was stolen, which he knew was going to happen, he was setting it up. This election's going to be stolen by Sleepy Joe sleeping in his basement and China infiltrating our voting systems. And Trump let it all happen, even though he was telling us in advance that he knew it was going to happen, and he still let it happen. So he's also proving, by saying all this, that he's the most incompetent president in American history. What other president allowed an election to be stolen right out from under him? So he admits how fucking stupid, and I mean, if you're going to believe this, and none of it's believable anyway, but You would have to believe that he's stupid and incompetent on top of everything else if you're going to believe the election was stolen. Anyway, but these friggin' MAGAs, they have got to be so disappointed. And you know what? This is going to blow up in his face because it's only going to serve to further dampen voter enthusiasm on the right. And they already had a big problem with voter enthusiasm because all the polls show that Democrats are far more motivated to vote in November than Republicans. How is this going to help Republicans? Because they all know this is bullshit. There's nothing. They were expecting a smoking gun. They got nothing. How is this? This is only going to further dampen them and make it. I mean, this was a gift to Democrats, really. In that way, it was a gift to Democrats. But okay, so he's talked about 220 million voter files being accessed by China. But first of all, a lot of that is already online. A lot of that voter information is easily accessible. States sell that information. Right? It's not hard to get your hands on this voter stuff, but just getting your hands on voter information, it does not follow that a single vote was changed from that. And there is no allegation, no evidence, nothing that a single vote was changed, because not a single vote was changed. All right, so he said that. Then the other thing he said was that U.S. intelligence had assessed that our electronic voting machines could potentially be meddled with by foreign actors, potentially, and that the deep state never told him about that. So that was the other big allegation he had. Now, again, there was no evidence presented at all, not even the claim that our electronic voting machines actually were tampered with by any foreign actors, just that there was a potential that maybe they could be. That was it. But no evidence that it actually happened. So he has absolutely nothing. He's never had anything, but that's not the point. The point of all of this is to lay the groundwork for whatever he has planned in November. This is to serve as a pretext for whatever action he's going to take. Declare some sort of friggin' emergency, seize ballot boxes, try to federalize the elections, try to implement the SAVE Act by executive order, whatever bullshit nonsense he comes up with. This was to serve as the predicate for all of that. But it was all just a bunch of lies. In fact, here's a good clip from Jim Himes, Democratic congressman from Connecticut. Here's how he described what Trump said last night.
The President of the United States lied to the American public today. It was a bald-faced, 180-degree, obviously provable lie. Why do I say that? I have reviewed all of the intelligence that the president supposedly declassified, and there is absolutely nothing in that intelligence which that substantiates what he was saying. That Venezuela was doing this, that Russia and China was doing this. The conclusion of the intelligence community under Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe, his guy who's at CIA right now, was that there was no meddling. You can look at it. This is a public report. There was no meddling in the meddling meaning interference, no screwing around with vote totals, with voter lists, with machines, etc. Yes, Russia wanted to re-elect Donald Trump. That is in there too. And yes, Iran didn't want Donald Trump to win. And so they put out propaganda. They put out misinformation. But there is nothing in the record to suggest that anything that the president said tonight was true.
Okay, so it was absurd, and it was desperate, and it was pathetic, but it was also very dangerous because we know Donald Trump is going to do whatever he can to rig the outcome. And this is all being done, let's keep in mind why he is so desperate to rig the midterms, because he's not on the ballot, and he doesn't give a shit about the Republican Party, and he doesn't care about passing legislation, so he doesn't care about Congress from that point of view. So why does he care? He's not on the ballot. He's still going to be president after the midterms, however they go. It's because Donald Trump is a criminal. And Donald Trump is far and away the most corrupt president in all of American history, probably the most corrupt politician in world history.
In the chat right now, if you think Donald Trump is the most corrupt president in world history, type 1 in the chat. If you don't think Donald Trump
is the worst in history, then type 2 in the chat. So 1 if you think he's the worst, 2 if you don't think he's the worst. Let's see it in the chat right now. Let's go.
He also did something with his best friend Jeffrey Epstein that he doesn't want us to find out about. And so he is desperate to keep Republicans in control of Congress to continue the cover-up and to prevent investigations and impeachment proceedings. That's why. That's why he's desperate to do this. And that makes him incredibly dangerous, because all of this is about protecting his own ass. And there is nothing, no crime, nothing he's not willing to do to protect his own ass. Here's how his former attorney, Ty Cobb, put it.
I think you will see him doing everything he can to try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, the election of Democrats, and do whatever he can to remain in power and to keep his cronies in power, so that he can continue doing what he thinks he's allowed to do as president, which is anything he wants.
There is nothing he won't do to protect his own ass. He will burn this country to the ground to save his own ass. And that's why we need to be prepared for the absolute worst. And there's no telling what he might do. I mean, we can try to anticipate some of this stuff. He might try some of it. He might try all of it. Here's just one thing he might try to do.
I've been in this position for some period of time. I'm not an alarmist. In fact, I get a lot of guff for being a little overly optimistic and overly calm. But understand what happened tonight. The president was setting the context. He was setting the basis for him to turn around at midnight on election day and say, I warned you. I warned you back in July that the Chinese were doing XYZ and the Venezuelans were doing XYZ and all this terrible stuff. It happened tonight. I am deploying federal officers from the Department of Homeland Security to 7 states. They will be seizing ballot boxes in those states because we know that lots of undocumented aliens voted in those states. So we are seizing ballot boxes. Now, Lawrence, I don't know what happens when all of a sudden we've lost the chain of custody of 70 ballot boxes in critical. That is the moment in which American democracy dies. Make no mistake, what happened tonight.
So, yeah, I can totally see this happening. Trump sending federal agents to seize ballot boxes. And this is why I say the states better be ready. They better be ready for this. They better protect the integrity of their elections, including having state law enforcement ready to secure these ballots. If it takes state police, local police, county sheriffs, National Guard, whatever it takes, you better have them in place to secure these ballots against seizure by Donald Trump. Who knows where this is going to go? So he might try that. He might try any number of things. You know, I've heard many times, he may declare a national emergency to federalize elections or steal seize ballot boxes or whatever. But keep this in mind. Whatever it is that he does will be completely illegal and unconstitutional. Not that that'll stop him. He doesn't give a shit about the law, obviously. But I just want to make it clear. There is nothing that he can legally do here. Nothing. He has no power to do anything with respect to these elections, because I hear it said that, he could declare a national emergency and that'll give him the power to seize ballot boxes or federalize elections. No. I don't know where this comes from. People think that if the president just declares an emergency, that he unlocks all these secret powers that he has. That's not a fucking thing. He can't suspend the Constitution and the laws of this country. And a declaration of an emergency means nothing unless it's authorized by Congress. Now, Congress has authorized presidents, and there's statutes under which a president can declare an emergency that would unlock certain statutory powers granted to him by Congress. But he can't just declare emergencies and give himself all kinds of power to cancel elections or federalize elections or seize ballot boxes. So none of this would be legal. Just understand that. He can't do any of this legally. Doesn't mean he won't do it, won't try to do it, but it just means none of this is legal. If he does this, I mean, what do we do? I mean, that's the question. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it in anticipation of him doing this? What are we going to do about it as he's trying to do some of this stuff? Or what is our immediate response going to be? I've been saying from the beginning of this second term, the most effective way to deal with Trump's tyranny is to stand up to him through the states. The states have so much power in our system. He can't order them to do anything, and anything he does to try to interfere with these state-run elections will be illegal. And the states better be ready to resist this. But how are we going to respond to this? That's the question. This man is going to burn this country to the fucking ground to save his own ass. Are we prepared to protect this country against this man, this fucking madman criminal? That's what it's all going to come down to. Is someone going to stand up? Is this going to be resisted? Is he going to be dealt with? And let me tell you something. If he does this, and there was always an open question to me as to how far he would be willing to go in the midterms. Because again, his ass is not on the line in terms of he's not going to lose his seat. I mean, his ass, in his mind, is on the line because of all the crimes he's committed and the investigations that are going to start. But he's not going to be thrown out of office if he loses. Well, let's hope he's thrown out of office if he loses this election through the impeachment process. But he won't be voted out of office. 2028 is a completely different situation. He comes to the end of his term, and then he loses the protections of his office. He can then be prosecuted once he leaves office and all of that. So it was an open question in my mind whether he would wait for 2028 to pull out all the stops to remain in power illegally and to rig the election and all of that. But how far would he be willing to go in the midterms? I think now we know, at least it seems pretty obvious, that he's willing to go to the mattresses. He's willing to go all out and pull out all the stops to rig the outcome of the midterm elections as well. And if he fails, if he does this, and here's what, another thing that the states need to be ready with, there better be friggin' video cameras everywhere. It better be broadcast to the world if he sends federal troops into the states to try to illegally seize ballot boxes. We better get video of this. So you better have state law enforcement, National Guard, whatever, protecting these ballots, and they better be equipped with video cameras. All right? This is all going to be very, very important, because if he tries this, and if he fails to rig this outcome despite his best efforts, if he sends troops in there to try to seize ballots or whatever he tries to do and he fails, then this fucking criminal piece of shit had better be impeached and removed from office and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I think if he does this, that's the showdown. He will either be successful, and if he is successful, American democracy is over. It's done. We're talking just a matter of months from now. 3 months from now, it may all come down to this. If he's successful, our constitutional republic is over. If he's not successful, it may be the end of him, because it may lead to his impeachment, his removal, his prosecution, and his imprisonment. That's how serious this may be. The entire future of the country and his ultimate fate may be on the line in just 3 short months. We better friggin' be ready for it. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. I will be on Substack doing a live stream at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, Friday, July 17th. I hope you will join me for that. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you again soon.
There's a lot of things I don't like remembering. But I got my 1-year coin today.
You would have been so proud of you.
I don't hurt people anymore.
What do you want?
I'm trying to deliver this parakeet thing.
You tell Daryl I don't want that bird. I want the Bentley.
You're not getting the Bentley! Just tell me what to do with the bird! Kill it!
Keep it!
Hey, Hank.
We've got a private jet bringing in a medical package. Should be an easy run.
You already got a passenger back here.
All right, what's the itinerary?
There's a little girl that's very sick, and we're bringing her a new liver. If she doesn't get this today, she's not gonna make it.
Let me ask you a question. How much does one of those go for in the black market?
Hank, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Just answer the question.
It's kind of priceless.
Keep your hand on the package. Secure the bird if you can.
What?
Go, go, go!
I want to get out of this car.
No, we can't get out of the car right now.
I want to get out of the car.
Well, you said you wanted to get out.
Is he gonna die?
Listen, I know how scared you are. There's nothing in the world that's gonna keep us from getting to you.
We're both heroes today.
All this violence and she dies anyway.
Are you taking this seriously now, LinkBelow?
That's my ride!
Later today, you're gonna realize I'm one of the good guys.
It might take longer than later today.
Under the oxygen tank! What? Throw it out the back!
This is the best day of my life.
On the 4th of July, a boat full of young people took an 18-year-old black boy named Nolan Wells out to a Mississippi island. Here are the public facts. The boat leaves the island at 4:31 p.m. Nolan isn't on it, but nobody in that group calls his mother. She doesn't get a phone call until 11 p.m., nearly 7 hours later. When she tracks his location, his phone isn't out in the Gulf of Mexico. It's sitting in a house connected to someone from that trip. The white friends claim Nolan refused to get on their boat because he wanted to stay behind with a girl. But that girl told police Nolan said he was walking right back over there to leave with them. That single statement shatters the white boy's story. Nolan was found 2 days later, face down, fully clothed, shoes and all. Ask yourself, how many people accidentally drowned at a summer beach party that can swim while fully dressed? I'm just looking at the facts, folks, and to me, those white kids are fishy as fuck. And right now, the insulated majority, white folks, we are doing what we've always done since the very first slave ship touched these shores, hiding behind comfortable complicity. We call it denial, but let's call it what the fuck it is. White racism. It is the narrative engine that has always given the lies of white supremacy a fucking pass, excused institutional failure, and kept the machine running. 581. That is how many black Americans were butchered in the Mississippi dirt, lynched. Execution for the killers, for the white killers, 0. Prison sentences for the white terrorists, none. The machine didn't just run on hate, it ran on a dominant culture that watched the blood spill and looked the other way. Yes, the insulated majority has a terrifying gag reflex when you shove a mirror in its fucking face. In 1955, an all-white jury let Emmett Till's killers walk free. They knew the machinery of Southern justice would always protect them, and it did. Even after they admitted that they'd killed Emmett Till, it still protected them. Accountability? It's a ghost story. We traded the lynch ropes for a clean escape. But people looking the other way just sets a trap for more white racism. Black people are still turning up dead under mysterious circumstances. The system isn't broken. It's working exactly as it was designed to work. So when a young black college athlete, a survivor in prime physical shape, who knew how to swim, goes out to Horton Island with a group of white kids and is the only one who doesn't come back breathing, we know the script. That benefit of the doubt is just a get-out-of-jail-free card printed exclusively in white ink. But the gatekeepers of accountability, they take one look at a dead black boy, shrug their shoulders, and say they don't suspect foul play. Imagine if that was a white boy on that boat with 3 black kids. The world would stop spinning. There would be helicopters, federal probes, primetime specials. And what happens next? The internet rushes to close ranks. You call a grieving black mother a race baiter. You demand her silence to protect the illusion of your fake fucking innocence. You know, black folks in this country aren't weak. They are survivors. They aren't paranoid. They're just not fucking blind. They know exactly how fast a badge and a gavel will twist into knots to shield the protected color. And here's the ultimate truth we refuse to look at. The cage we built to trap others, we locked ourselves inside it. The lies of white supremacy is a disease, and this comfortable complicity is a form of self-enslavement. Here's the honest truth as I sit here today. None of us outside that island know exactly how Nolan Wells took his last breath in that water. But we know exactly what the white reflex does after the water. It proves day after day that black life is worth less than a white lie. Nolan Wells was 18 years old. He was a son. He was a heartbeat. And right now, the defense machinery of this culture is trying to drown him twice. First in the Gulf, and now in a sea of comfortable complicity. White people, you should be ashamed of yourself. If you are sitting there right now, rushing to defend a broken system, instead of demanding answers for an innocent black man, you are standing in the exact same footprints as the people who gave.
Hey, dude, I know it's hard to hear the truth. That's why I played it. I ain't playing for you to feel comfortable. Medicine don't taste good. A lot of people like to, take medicine, but they don't really enjoy the way that it tastes. So with that being said, shut up. Let the medicine work.
Those 581 lynch mobs a pass. You come from a long, unbroken line of white silence.
I know you want to say this AI. I know. But that ain't gonna save you.
It isn't a different era, just different technology masking the exact same brutality. I'm not saying Nolan Wells was murdered. I don't know that. But what I do know is white people are setting up the protection for the complexion. Maybe it's time to get on the right side of fucking history. Because if you are blindly defending the institutional reflex built to protect our own, you aren't just watching him drown. You're the one holding his fucking head under the water. Think about that. Let it settle.
Let's talk about pattern recognition. Now, black people are inherently dangerous, right? So let's talk about Jake Lang. And he's not just some racist guy holding a sign. He is a pattern. This is the pattern people love to pretend like they don't see while acting like black people are the dangerous ones. Let's not forget, this man was part of January 6th, the group of mostly white people that stormed the Capitol because they lost the election and then somehow turned it around like they were the victims. But black people are inherently dangerous, right? And yes, he did get charged without being shot. His indictment included assaulting police officers, disorderly conduct, civil disorder, obstruction, and dangerous weapon counts, including a bat and a shield. But black people are inherently dangerous. And then he got pardoned, walked out, and
Sorry, I gotta pay these bills.
instead of learning 1 ounce of accountability, he went right back to inserting himself into racial chaos like it's his 9-to-5 job. Damn, black people are so dangerous. He showed up and ran through Chutterbob's court hearing, acting like Chutterbob was wrongly accused for shooting a black man, even though Chutterbob was the one that instigated it in the first place. All these situations occur because these people make a living harassing and provoking people and then crying victim when someone reacts back. But black people are inherently dangerous. Don't forget it. Then Jake Lang shows up at the Carmelo Anthony trial. According to the court documents obtained by CBS, He was allegedly arrested for stating he would be waiting outside of the courthouse and headshot done. And when the police asked him if he would kill Carmelo, he answered yes. But black people are so dangerous, right? So he gets locked up, his bond is $1 million, and he's twinsies with Chutter Bob for a minute. His bond gets lowered, but he is still ordered to wear an ankle monitor and to leave Texas and not come back unless it's for a court hearing. But somehow Jake is the victim because black people are so dangerous. And then Jake Lang proceeds to go outside of the BET Awards, an awards ceremony celebrating black excellence, black talent, black culture, and black music, and hold up signs saying that black parents are failures, black culture is garbage, and comparing black people to gorillas. Sir, disrespectfully, you are outside of an award show celebrating black excellence on bond with an ankle monitor on, claiming that people are failed parents. This is not saving America. This is racism with a ring light. And everybody wants to yell freedom of speech, so let's be honest for a second. No one is standing outside holding signs blaming the whole white population for white school shooters, or white mass murderers, or white powerful men that get protected while harming innocent children. Because people understand that that would be disgusting and ignorant, right? So why is it acceptable when the target is black people? I hear it every single day. Stop making everything about race. But race is literally all you think about. You only want us to stop making it about race when we're telling the true history, when we're celebrating black people, when we're talking about systemic racism. Because when it comes to insulting black parents, threatening black teenagers, harassing black events, provoking black people for content, suddenly race is the whole personality, right? That's not Christianity. That's not patriotism. And it's not helping this country. It is narcissistic white victimhood. You want to keep that old mindset alive that you can push, poke, threaten, provoke anything you want to black people, and the second they react, you can say, see, I told you they were dangerous, I told you. No. Recovery has taught me something that America needs to learn real fast. Accountability. Because you can't fix something until you admit that it's a problem. So instead of America telling black people to stop using their victim card, maybe white people need to stop using theirs. Because people like Jake Lang and Chutter Bob are not exposing the problem. They are the problem with a fucking microphone.
Do y'all see this? Like, pause. Do you see the money, date? More money, date. Did you know that you could literally play these things from your phone and win money? Like these.
If you're someone who is calling for the wealthy to give away money, you have no understanding of how things work. None. And I mean that so sincerely.
MAGA Crash Outs, episode 78, the least self-aware people on the planet. When you try to make a robust defense of capitalism, but end up exposing its flaws and ultimately defending some shit that sounds suspiciously communist.
This comment was in response to this video.
Money won't matter in 2036.
I'm not sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in 2036.
Well, what do you want money for? You want money for goods and services, right? You want money for obviously food, housing, transport, entertainment. Well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for?
Yeah, I feel like I've heard that before. Now, certainly not in its entirety, but that sounds a lot like what some of us might call post-scarcity, high-phase communism. A world in which currency only exists as a symbol to represent voluntary trade, right? And distribution is no longer based on the capital value of that exchange. In other words, fundamentally changing the social relations between employer and employed, right? He even says in this interview that the Treasury should just start cutting checks. It sounds to me like conservatives are starting to say, you'll get everything for free, MAGA.
I do struggle to relate to the 66,000 people that liked this comment because I really don't understand how their brains seem to not work properly.
Yeah, most epic straw man of all time. Just not going to address what Elon was actually saying. Now she goes on to expose some of the flaws with capitalism.
But this comment assumes Elon has money to give away. He does not. 99.9% of his net worth is tied up in his businesses.
Yep, and that's how they get out of paying taxes. She's absolutely right. His fortune is wrapped up in stock options in these various companies. None of these guys draw a salary, but they can borrow against that valuation and receive billions upon billions of untaxed dollars to fund these lavish fucking lifestyles while never paying any tax. The only way they are taxed is capital gains, which is why they always want to keep it so low and why guys like Elon experience a lower effective tax rate than any one of us. One of the major problems.
The average mind cannot compute the technologies his companies are building. He's reimagining space exploration, transportation, giving people in the most remote and poorest regions of the world access to the internet, which gives them the ability to make money, access medical care, and emergency response services that they did not previously have. He is working to give the blind the ability to see, those who were unable to communicate. He's gifting them with the ability to communicate. The list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, to be clear, Elon is doing absolutely none of that shit. As I make this, he's somewhere in a fucking K-hole trying to put forks together and convince a 19-year-old to act as a surrogate so he can artificially inseminate her and send his little quiver full of Afrikaners back and reestablish apartheid, which seems to be his primary motivation. That's, of course, in between inciting racial pogroms in Europe and trying to convince Americans that black people are incompatible with Western civilization, while other people are creating all of the technologies that you credit Elon with. He's never created a motherfucking thing.
And he's a leader in AI and robotics, working to create a world of abundance. And he is the best at it, the best the world has ever seen.
No, that would be Deng Xiaoping, who lifted 800 million people out of poverty. Still a record to this day, and to my knowledge, Elon Musk has never lifted a single fucking person out of poverty. He has, however, ensured that 14.5 million people will be dead by 2030, 4.5 million of them under the age of 5 due to the chainsaw he took to USAID, making him the most prolific mass murderer of the 21st century, kind of the opposite of abundance. But the reason I'm bringing Deng up is because she's about to provide essentially the same defense that China does in defending social markets as a step towards communism.
Singularly. So why would we not want the best focused on creating a world of abundance? His vision for the world that is being executed through his companies, because he owns them, and if he sold them, he wouldn't own them anymore. His vision for the world is one where people don't have to work, will have all their needs and most of their wants met. All of these advancements are happening regardless of him specifically, but the way in which they happen, it's a really big deal.
Yup, she's a fucking dangus. This is essentially just a dumber version of the same argument they put forth, because everybody always wants to knock China, right? It's not authentically socialist, not authentically communist, which they're not. But they will put forth the argument that this is actually a very important step towards socialism, towards communism, building up the productive capacities to ensure an abundant, high-phase communist society in which money itself has no value beyond symbolic representation of voluntary exchange. And eventually, we'll get there. But for right now, we need the capitalist class, private ownership, and foreign investment to build out this abundant, productive society. The exact same fucking argument.
Because if a communist government, like say China, has monopoly of these types of technologies, that would give a corrupt government more control over people, which you don't want ever.
Yep, she pivots to China, not recognizing the fucking irony because none of them understand how the world works or what it is they're arguing for at this point. So remember, we're basically advocating for the same outcomes at this point, a moneyless, abundant society. But what she's arguing for is one-man rule, dictatorship over all of it. Real-world example, Starlink, right? The only thing you can really point to is a potential benefit for all mankind. But as it stands right now, there is exactly one psychopathic white supremacist who can decide to remove all of that access at will if these countries do not acquiesce to his material demands. Now, which sounds better, that or conferring that authority to an elected government? Or even the big scary China? At least it's not one fucking K-hold psychopath with this fat fucking finger on the trigger.
If he gives his money away, he loses the ability to work for humanity's future and gives it to people who are not as good, not as efficient, not as effective, or corrupt. And then also,
Valley Girl gives hot takes on shit she doesn't understand and ends up advocating for a one-man single-party dictatorship of the proletariat. I swear these people are 3 days away from screaming bombard the fucking headquarters, which is why this Mao shit is so ridiculous. When we're gonna see a MAGA cultural revolution in a month, at this rate. What they're ultimately advocating for is one-man dictatorship, because if Elon did usher in this era of abundance, that would confer upon him dictatorial authority. But we need to trust that more so than elected governments, right? Or even just governments in general that involve more than one fucking person. Never let these people call you a Maoist again. Book recommendation, since we've been talking about him so much. Mao, The Real Story by Alexander Pantsoff and Stephen Levin. I know I'm probably saying that first name wrong. Don't worry, it's not revisionist, not apologia, it's just the actual history. And it really is fascinating. If you've never looked into them because Western education discourages it, highly suggest you do. There is no parallel in world history. Check it out.
if you're someone who is calling for the wealthy to give away money, you have no understanding of how things work. None. And I mean that so sincerely.
MAGA Crash Outs, episode 78, the least self-aware people on the planet. When you try to make a robust defense of capitalism, but...
I got a video right now out there. It's called Auto Pin Surrender. You can look it up. One of the comments in my comments section is by a guy named Jerry Bailey. Spelled just like how it sounds. His argument is, don't you think these politicians want us against each other? So we're fighting amongst each other. You know, and I should look at how I talk, because I'm calling Donald Trump a female dog and calling people names. This is his argument. This is his argument. This is coming from, obviously, a Trump supporter and a fucking right-winger. You know, and I cuss. That's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing to speak your mind. Terrible thing. You know, I didn't get on the internet until about 6 months ago. You want to know why? You want to know why I got on the internet about 6 months ago? You guys pulled me in. It was you guys. Yeah. Yeah. See, when you fuck with my fucking paycheck, I'm gonna start talking a little louder. I might even start having a social media account. When you start fucking with my people, I'm gonna start speaking my mind so the whole fucking world can hear. When you start fucking with the money, I'm really gonna speak my mind, and it's gonna be unfiltered. You're not gonna like it. Now, for the last 20 fucking years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, all I've heard was the right, you know, talk down to the left. They did it. Even Ronald Reagan did. What would he say? Those liberals. He didn't do it in a sense of, you know, that's a different political party. We have different ideology. You know, but we should still respect one another. He didn't do it. He didn't say liberal in a, you know, in a way that you respect one another. It's kind of like disrespect the way he said it. This president here said we poisoned the blood. He mimicked a Nazi fucking Germany leader. But I'm supposed to watch my mouth on how I speak about your savior, your fucking Lord and Savior, who has destroyed our fucking country. Do you ever fucking listen to yourself? You get on these right-wing podcasters, and I've said this before on my channel, and you listen to these people, the way they talk about left-wing, they don't do it in a way of respect. They do it in a way of, we're an easy target to kill. That's how they talk about the left. We're an easy target to kill. You talk about how politicians want us to be at one another's throat. You can't tell me one fucking policy from the DSA that ain't gonna better Americans' lives. Not one fucking policy that you can bring up that ain't gonna better Americans' lives. But you say that politicians are driving us apart. Maybe it's your ideology to where the 1%, the wealthy and the well-connected, get everything. And we got to pay the taxes and pay the deficit off over something that the American people didn't even fucking want. They don't get to pay the fucking deficit. They don't get to pay their fair share in taxes. That's us. If every time a Republican gets in office, the first thing that they do is they cut the taxes on the wealthy and the well-connected, who picks up the tab? And somehow, some way, you think it hurts the libs. Motherfucker, you are a part of this world as much as we are. You're a part of this world as much as we are. You got to pay the same fucking taxes as we do, dumbass. If they lower the taxes for them, your taxes gets raised. Bottom line, there's no fucking, there's nothing to discuss. There's no fabrication of the facts. You didn't get cheaper egg. You didn't get cheaper gas. You didn't get no more wars. Everything that you fucking wanted, you did not get. They took away your social safety net. No more Social Security. No more Medicaid. How the fuck is that something that we wanted? How the fuck was that something that we wanted? Somehow you thought, oh my God, there's fraud. There's fraud in America. There's fucking fraud. I have not seen no cases. None.
No, they didn't.
If there was
no fraud. They ain't thought it was no fraud. That's just what they was told.
So much for, don't point out the 1, the 2, the 3 people that were committing fraud, and sit back and say that, I don't know, 100 million people have to suffer over it. That don't make no fucking sense. It's not the left that is creating division. It's the right, from your psychotic, crazy ideology, to where you think that you can get on the internet and threaten to kill left-wing people who just want a better life, and think that we're gonna sit back and fucking put up with it. The fucking nerve of you fucking little coward bitch-made motherfuckers. And you're gonna sit back and blame us for the way you think? The problem is, you ain't never heard a fucking left-wing radical talk like this before. That's your fucking problem, and you're fucking scared. And you fucking better be. Because if you keep threatening people that you're going to harm them, they're going to stand up for themselves. And you're not going to like the outcome of it, boy, because we're smarter. We have more money than you, and we're more educated than you. And you will fucking lose. I got a video right now out there. It's called Auto Pin Surrender. You can look it up. One of the comments in my comments section is by a guy named Jerry Bailey. Spelled just like how it sounds. His argument is, don't you think these politicians want us against each other? So we're fighting amongst each other. You know, and I should look at how I talk, because I'm calling Donald Trump a female dog and calling people names. This is his argument. This is his argument. This is coming from, obviously, a Trump supporter and a fucking right-winger. You know, and I cuss. That's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing to speak your mind. Terrible thing. You know, I didn't get on the internet until about 6 months ago. You want to know why? You want to know why I got on the internet about 6 months ago? You guys pulled me in. It was you guys. Yeah. Yeah. See, when you fuck with my fucking paycheck, I'm gonna start talking a little louder. I might even start having a social media account. When you start fucking with my people, I'm gonna start speaking my mind so the whole fucking world can hear. When you start fucking with the money, I'm really gonna speak my mind, and it's gonna be unfiltered. You're not gonna like it. Now, for the last 20 fucking years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, all I've heard was the right, you know, talk down to the left. They did it. Even Ronald Reagan did. What would he say? Those liberals. He didn't do it in a sense of, you know, that's a different political party. We have different ideology, you know, but we should still respect one another. He didn't do it. He didn't say liberal in a, you know, in a way that you respect one another. It's kind of like disrespect the way he said it. This president here said we poisoned the blood. He mimicked a Nazi fucking Germany leader. But I'm supposed to watch my mouth on how I speak about your savior, your fucking Lord and Savior, who has destroyed our fucking country. Do you ever fucking listen to yourself? You get on these right-wing podcasters, and I've said this before on my channel, and you listen to these people, the way they talk about left-wing, They don't do it in a way of respect. They do it in a way of, we're an easy target to kill. That's how they talk about the left. We're an easy target to kill. You talk about how politicians want us to be at one another's throat. You can't tell me one fucking policy from the DSA that ain't gonna better Americans' lives. Not one fucking policy that you can bring up that ain't gonna better Americans' lives. But you say that politicians are driving us apart. Maybe it's your ideology to where the 1%, the wealthy and the well-connected, get everything. And we got to pay the taxes and pay the deficit off over something that the American people didn't even fucking want. They don't get to pay the fucking deficit. They don't get to pay their fair share in taxes. That's us. If every time a Republican gets in office, the first thing that they do is they cut the taxes on the wealthy and the well-connected, who picks up the tab? And somehow, some way, you think it hurts the libs. Motherfucker, you are a part of this world as much as we are. You're a part of this world as much as we are. You got to pay the same fucking taxes as we do, dumbass. If they lower the taxes for them, your taxes gets raised. Bottom line, there's no fucking, there's nothing to discuss. There's no fabrication of the facts. You didn't get cheaper egg. You didn't get cheaper gas. You didn't get no more wars. Everything that you fucking wanted, you did not get. They took away your social safety net. No more Social Security. No more Medicaid. How the fuck is that something that we wanted? How the fuck was that something that we wanted? Somehow you thought, oh my God, there's fraud. There's fraud in America. There's fucking fraud. I have not seen no cases. None. If there was so much fraud, don't point out the 1, the 2, the 3 people that were committing fraud. And sit back and say that, I don't know, 100 million people have to suffer over it. That don't make no fucking sense. It's not the left that is creating division. It's the right from your psychotic, crazy ideology to where you think that you can get on the internet and threaten to kill left-wing people who just want a better life and think that we're going to sit back and fucking put up with it. The fucking nerve of you fucking little coward bitch-made motherfuckers. And you're going to sit back and blame us for the way you think? The problem is you ain't never heard a fucking left-wing radical talk like this before. That's your fucking problem, and you're fucking scared. And you fucking better be. Because if you keep threatening people that you're going to harm them, they're going to stand up for themselves. And you're not going to like the outcome of it, boy, because we're smarter. We have more money than you, and we're more educated than you. And you...
Fuck Zionists. Fuck the satanic government that has plagued and compromised our government. Fuck it all, okay? Every single last one of them. I'm getting sick of all of this stuff. You know, this month, huge things to pay attention to. Men's mental health. It's Pride Month. This weekend, Juneteenth. Yesterday, Father's Day. There's nothing to fucking celebrate. There's absolutely nothing to celebrate. And, oh, he's got a filthy mouth. Suck it up, Buttercup. Our government's being ran by satanic pedophiles. Okay? The Strait is closed once again because Israel can't stop killing people for no fucking reason. besides they're genocidal maniacs, and they're not Jews. In Revelations 3:9, the synagogue is Satan, who claim to be Jews but are not. They will lie. Has corrupted our government, has corrupted our parents, has corrupted our parents' parents. We have generation after generation of people being manipulated and warped by the devil himself. And everyone's wanting to celebrate. What the fuck is there to celebrate? They are literally enslaving us all. And right now, it's being reported, because the straits closed, the oil, we have 4 weeks of oil left in America. I hope you guys realize this, that if you're not stocking up on food, if you're not preparing, getting some gas, putting it away, if you don't have things in storage, ammunition, things that you need to do to keep you and your family safe, you think 2008 was bad. I was a kid during this stuff, and I remember how bad it was. Since I've been an adult, I've been an entrepreneur. I've known people who had businesses that literally were losing everything. This crash that will happen, this system that's about to collapse because of all this warfare that is going on, all the billions and billions and billions of fucking dollars that we keep sending to a genocidal regime, is going to come crashing down at your fucking doorstep, yet you're too fat and lazy and consumed with entertainment that you can't see past it because they are programming you. Wake the fuck up. This is not a game. They're eating babies, they're trafficking babies, they're farming babies, they're cloning. They figured out how to transfer souls from body to body. Your celebrities that you worship so much, everyone's, oh, did you watch Love Island? No, the fuck I didn't. No, the fuck I didn't. You know why? Because every rabbit hole that I've been going down is a rabbi hole. And I'm sick and tired of everyone just saying, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. Oh, he's a libertard. He's a MAGA diehard. Fuck you. Fuck that. Doesn't even make any sense. Wake the fuck up and read. Read. The CIA, the government, and all this stuff, they have to tell you what they're doing, and they push it right into your fucking faces in the entertainment. And on the government websites, you can literally go and read page after page after page of all the fucked up shit that they are doing. And it gets worse. I feel like every single day, someone in the government is ratting on somebody. Someone in the entertainment industry is dying for coming out about how dark the industry is. Someone is getting blacklisted from Hollywood. Someone is labeled a Nazi when they're spreading fucking truth. You know what? Israel's probably the most anti-Semitic place on the fucking planet. And not everyone in Israel is a bad person, okay? Israel's own people, the Jews, which are not even the real Jews, they're Jewish, are all fighting each other. They're all fucking fighting because no one wants to bow down to these Zionist pedophile maniacs. Okay? Nobody wants to do it. Father's Day was yesterday. Great fucking day. Look at me. I'm relaxing by my pool. I worked my fucking ass off to get here, and I'm still not fucking free. We're all fucking slaves, okay? We're all fucking slaves. And I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. The education is written. All the stuff that we learned in school was a fucking lie. Our parents, everything they learned in school was a fucking lie. And their parents, everything they learned was a fucking lie. And here we are. If you're still watching mainstream media news, you are a sheep. You have been completely programmed, and you need to unplug from the fucking system. And you need to prepare yourself. This isn't a fucking conspiracy. Read. fucking learn the symbols, the elite, everything, the Epstein class, they speak in symbols. And once you can learn how to read the symbols and read between the fucking lines and realize that there is no left and right, they're the same satanic fuckers who are controlling everything, keeping you and me fighting, black and white fights, civilian and immigrants fighting, the gays and the straights are all fighting, everyone's fucking fighting, but then everyone wants to unify over some fucking sports like it's some bread and circuses thing. And you've heard me talk about it before, and I'll continue to talk about it, but it's getting worse. It's getting fucking worse because we have a foreign country, okay, a genocidal regime in the Middle fucking East who just wants to plague the world with destruction and chaos. And if you think, oh, he's just being anti-Semitic, he hates the Jews, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, okay? I said it, I'm gonna keep saying it, because I have the fucking balls to look you dead in the fucking face and call you out. I don't care if you're a pastor, a priest, a Jew, I don't give a shit. Don't not give a flying fuck. I'm getting to the point where it's making a lot of people angry, and you're gonna have a lot of good people like me, like yourself, gonna do a lot of bad things to keep our families safe, because what we're doing, what our country's doing, we're going to hell in a handbasket. And we're not gonna have any food, and we're not gonna have any fucking water. They're taking it all. They're using it for the Epstein elite class. And this little dialogue society that Peter Thiel just got wrapped up in, most people want to go, oh, it's like a conspiracy. No, motherfucker, it's real. It's real. It's real. Fuck. Get your heads out of your fucking asses. Love your neighbor. Be like Christ. And guess what? Christ is doing the same fucking thing that I'm doing. Flipping fucking tables, calling it out. And if you're not doing it, if you're not finding your people, and if you're not calling them out, exposing, something's really fucked up. And something really bad's gonna happen, and you're not gonna be ready. And you're gonna be crying. You're gonna be crying for someone to come save you. And guess what? No one's coming to save you. Christ, the kingdom is here. We warriors need to wake up and realize this so we can save as many people as possible before we all continue to be slaves and die slaves. And I promise you this, on my dead fucking body, I will not die a slave. And I will fight for a world that my children and my children's children's children grow up in, that's safe, peace, and harmony. And I need more people like that to step the fuck up, because this ain't a game. This isn't a game, okay? And it's getting brutal. This Saturday is the next Save Our Children March on the 27th. And I was going to go out to Hollywood. I just moved into a new house. I have a lot of stuff going on, so I'm coming out next month. But this Saturday, we're going to be here on the Strip again. We're going to go 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, so it's cooler, and there's a lot more fucking people. Everyone wants to come to Sin City to get distracted with all the fucking lights and parties and the clubs. You want to make a fucking difference? Put down the fucking bottle for once. Get out of the club for once. Stop chasing tail that doesn't even want you for once. Stop being a pussy and get out here and march. Get out here and speak the truth. There's got to be more people that want to speak than me. Come out here, grab the mic, spread the love, spread the truth, expose the darkness, because nothing in the dark, all these lies will not stay hidden. Truth will be exposed, and we're going to keep exposing it every single fucking day. Okay? I'm not done. I'm not fucking done. And if you want, please follow me, because this isn't, I ain't bought. No one's going to tell me what the fuck to do. No one's going to tell me what the fuck to say. I'm not afraid of these people. I'm not afraid of anyone. I want more people to please wake up. Our children, the future of this world is counting on us, guys. The pandemics, it's all fucking fake. The war that is constantly in and out, peace deal after peace deal. There's not going to be any peace as long as Israel is controlled, and as long as this government is sending all this money to Israel. They're going to kill as many people as possible. Their prime minister literally said it. Wake up and learn what the fuck is going on. This isn't a time for celebration. Put your gay pride away, put your mental health. The mental health is off the charts right now. But let's man up. Let's do this. Happy fucking Father's Day to all the fathers. Let's gang up, let's do something. Happy Freedom Day. Hey, guess what? I love everyone, but we're not fucking free. The blacks are still not free. We're not free. It's time we fucking take back this world and stop being a bunch of soft little bitches.
Do y'all see this? Like, pause. Do you see the money?
Why are white people more scared of black people than pedophiles? Like, y'all are scared of the people minding their business, but you not scared of the people touching kids? You not worried about them? Why are white people more scared of black people than pedophiles?
Give the same voice that put them in power and use that power to silence us, to crush us, to force us into a place of poverty, a place of just enough to survive, but not enough to fight back. What more do you have to...
Former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg was on Fox News today, being his usual charming and brilliant self. He was asked by the Fox host what advice he would give Donald Trump on the war in Iran, and despite the very obvious fact that Donald Trump would not listen, he gave incredibly sound advice.
At this point, based on where we are, what would you like to see happen next if you were advising President Trump?
Well, if I was advising President Trump, I'm trying to try that scenario on for size. I guess I'd advise him to start by telling the truth to the American people. Because when he says it's going to be 4 weeks and then breaks that promise, it reminds people of when he said he wouldn't start this war and broke that promise. When he says he will settle for nothing less than unconditional surrender and regime change, and then changed his mind, backpedaled, and agreed to a framework for a ceasefire that was very different, then that ceasefire has been broken. The outrageous news that we just got, that the Trump administration removed the names of 4 of our service members who were killed in action, apparently because the fact that they had been killed in action goes against his fiction that sometimes he says we're actually not in a war, even though everybody knows we are. What I would say to him is, when I was in uniform, when I was deployed, I knew that on some level, my life depended on the credibility of the people running our government. And American lives depend on him telling the truth, even when it's hard.
I hope we are lucky enough someday to have that man be our president. He's right, of course, that the lives of the troops genuinely depend on the competency of the leadership. And if the leadership is just lying all the time, that genuinely puts the troops in danger. And calling that out actually means you support the troops. Also, Pete mentioned this insane story that just broke. Number of U.S. troop deaths suddenly appears lower on Pentagon website. 3 military officials and a Pentagon spokesman gave conflicting explanations for why the number of Americans killed in the Iran war had changed. Yeah, they literally took 4 names off of the deceased list because Donald Trump claimed that they died during a ceasefire, so it doesn't count. Unbelievably horrific to designate their deaths as not counting in this war just to keep up Donald Trump's delusions. It's extremely cruel, not only for the US military to suffer through that, but for the parents of the deceased, which, by the way, Donald Trump invited some of the parents from Dover, where he didn't even have enough respect to bow his head during the dignified transfer. He invited the parents of one of the dead U.S. service members to follow him back to Georgia for his rally. Imagine flying on an airplane with the man responsible for killing your son and having to suffer through whatever narcissistic bullshit he was spewing at them during the entire flight. Friggin' disgusting. Anyway, Donald Trump was hosting a press conference today in the Oval Office to talk about a executive order that he's signing on nuclear energy. And he was asked multiple questions about the war in Iran, where he basically spewed the same bullshit, obviously not taking Pete Buttigieg's advice, lying about how Iran is ready to come to the table. But he was asked by a reporter from the New York Times whether he thinks that the bombings of infrastructure and desalination plants is considered war crimes. And he did not like that question.
I have a question about Iran. You're talking about blowing up civilian power plants
massive bridges, much of the civilized world would consider that a war crime. Do you?
I won't respond to that question. Who are you with?
The New York Times.
I figured so. Failing New York Times.
Dude gets one real question and he freaks out. He also contradicted his own defense secretary by saying that Russia and China are not intervening in this war at all.
Russia and China are not helping. Earlier this week, the War Secretary Hegseth said that they are enabling. So what is the difference?
Well, I don't know that they're enabling. I mean, I will tell you that President Xi said he will not partake, and President Putin said the same thing. I think, I trust them. They've had a long-term relationship. There could be some things they do, but thus far, at least, it has not been major. I don't think they'd want to have me disappointed.
Imagine if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris said, I trust President Xi and President Putin over my own defense secretary. And that's not a defense of Pete Hegseth, by the way. He is also an insane, horrible person. But they're just contradicting each other, and Hegseth is just going to have to pivot and follow Donald Trump's lead. Donald Trump also was asked a question about Putin's war in Ukraine and about how MAGA is starting to change their minds on it. Either because Russia is running out of money and they are not able to pay their propagandists anymore, or because Laura Loomer, who is insane, but she went to Ukraine and saw through the propaganda and publicly acknowledged that Ukraine is in the right and Russia is the aggressor. Like, again, she is nuts, but she's doing the right thing here and it's actually changing minds. But anyway, Donald Trump was asked about this and he answered a completely different question.
You reposted Laura Loomer's interview with President Zelensky. What do you make of growing MAGA support for the war in war in Ukraine, sorry?
Well, I think they support what I support. We just had a complete win in Arizona. The young gentleman who's Harry Enton, I believe his name is, the pollster said Trump's 100% favorable. Everybody endorses wins, which is pretty much true. Everyone I endorse just about wins. So there seems to be a natural bond between me and MAGA, but I'm the one that created MAGA, and I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. MAGA knows what MAGA wants, and MAGA's very happy. They want to see this done, and they're not going to be happy if it's not done. Make America great again. It's all about make America. We started that a long time ago, but the concept of not approving voter ID or not approving proof of citizenship, and I won't even get into the ballot thing because we'll hold that maybe for another time. I think the two are 97, 98% issues. I think the ballots are 75% issue. But even at 75, they should do the ballots. The ballots are in many ways more important than even the first two. But they're a little more controversial because some people don't want to go and vote. But most great Americans want to go and vote. The corrupt ballot stuff, that you saw that with the recent election in Los Angeles, the mayor's election.
Yeah, he just starts rambling about Make America Great Again and the SAVE Act, and then he goes on to ramble about Spencer Pratt in LA. That demented old man has no idea what is going on or what is being asked of him. He also made a gross comment about Venezuela and alluded to his past as a sexual predator by talking about Miss Universe and how he owned it and how Miss Venezuela did really well.
I've known him for a long time. I've known that.
I don't know very many people of Middle Eastern descent who'd be considered white passing. So here's a wake-up call for all you so-called Christians who are definitely racist. Yeshua, not Jesus, wouldn't have been white. He'd have been what we'd call today a person of color. So let me get this straight. You worship a brown Middle Eastern man born to a teenage girl and still manage to be racist? Cool. But to make that make sense in your head, you had to make him white? Neat. Is the sky also blue in your world like it is in mine, or? Wild, isn't it, folks? I don't know very many people of Middle Eastern descent who'd be considered white passing. So here's a wake-up call for all you so-called Christians who are definitely racist. Yeshua, not Jesus, wouldn't have been white. He'd have been what we'd call today a person of color. So let me get this straight. You worship a brown Middle Eastern man born to a teenage girl and still manage to be racist? Cool. But to make that make sense in your head, you had to make him white? Neat. Is the sky also blue in your world like it is in mine, or? Wild, isn't it, folks? I don't know very many people of Middle Eastern descent who'd be considered white passing. So here's a wake-up call for all you so-called Christians who are definitely racist. Yeshua, not Jesus, wouldn't have been white. He'd have been what we'd call today a person of color. So let me get this straight. You worship a brown Middle Eastern man born to a teenage girl and still manage to be racist? Cool. But to make that make sense in your head, you had to make him white? Neat. Is the sky also blue in your world like it is in mine, or? Wild, isn't it, folks? I don't know very many people of Middle Eastern descent who'd be considered white passing. So here's a wake-up call for all you so-called Christians who are definitely racist. Yeshua, not Jesus, wouldn't have been white. He'd have been what we'd call today a person of color. So let me get this straight. You worship a brown Middle Eastern man born to a teenage girl and still manage to be racist? Cool. But to make that make sense in your head, you had to make him white? Neat. Is the sky also blue in your world like it is in mine, or? Wild, isn't it, folks? I don't know very many people of Middle Eastern descent who'd be considered white passing. So here's a wake-up call for all you so-called Christians who are definitely racist. Yeshua, not Jesus, wouldn't have been white. He'd have been what we'd call today a person of color. So let me get this straight. You worship a brown Middle Eastern man born to a teenage girl.
He adopted that black child. Proves that Trump and Trump supporters are not racist. Let me explain to you how that's not how this works. See, slave owners were having black biracial children with black enslaved women, and not one of them children ever made them not racist. Because they still function within a society that was built on the concept of race and the myth that white was superior and that black people were not human. He adopted that black child and used him as a prop for this video to claim that this proves that Trump and Trump supporters are not racist. Let me explain to you how that's not how this works. See, slave owners were having black biracial children with black enslaved women, and not one of them children ever made them not racist. Because they still function within a society that was built on the concept of race and the myth that white was superior and that black people were not human. He adopted that black child and used him as a prop for this video to claim that this proves that Trump and Trump supporters are not racist. Let me explain to you how that's not how this works. See, slave owners were having black biracial children with black enslaved women, and not one of them children ever made them not racist. Because they still function within.
Trump is bleeding support, so much so that even the triple Trumper MAGA sycophants are starting to turn on him. Here's a video of MS Now interviewing people out at gas stations.
Talk directly to the president. We know he likes to watch TV. What would you tell him about this war?
President Trump, you shouldn't have got us in this war and was going to end it fast, soon, and now you're starting all over again.
Has the war helped your life at all?
No. For one thing, it causes me angst, makes me angry. And as I said, I'm very disillusioned. My entire family is disillusioned. And we are and were Trump supporters, but this is, to me, he's drawn a line in the sand. And that's how I feel. That's how we all feel.
It's almost like he lied to them. It's almost like he was full of shit the entire time, and nobody would have ever known that had they not just Googled it before they voted for him. But here's the deal. I feel sorry for these people because if they are unable to access the internet and they are unable to educate themselves, But most of these people just liked him because he was a racist. They liked him because he said he was going to get rid of the brown people. They liked him because he said shitty things that they can't say to their boss.
That's it. I told y'all. You can't go in the grocery store and spew this shit. So you'll pay for a campaign of somebody who can.
And so they thought he was a tough guy. And what I think that what we're seeing now is he truly disrespects his supporters at every turn. He doesn't give a flying fuck that they're paying more money for gas. You know, he had that freedom gas. He was going to make freedom gas and it was going to be cheaper, and it was all bullshit. And at some point, even the most uneducated, even the most staunch supporter sees all the gold horseshit and the UFC fighting and how much he's spending on monuments and all that stuff and says, he's spending all this money on himself, but I'm paying more for gas. And he says affordability is a hoax. So I think even the most inept voter feels it on a personal level. And unfortunately, that's the only way these people care.
Yeah, new poll came out, I believe, yesterday. He's at 30%. So we're moving closer and closer towards the 20s. I think as more of these triple Trumpers start to peel off, we'll see that go even lower. I mean, he hasn't done one thing that's helped the people that voted for him. No. I mean, like you said, Pumps, he completely lied about everything that he's done and that he's doing.
I also just want to say, they loved him so much. They love him so much. He had to work very hard to start losing the base.
Right. They would have stayed with him.
He could have just sat. You know, Trump 1.0'd it. I mean, he is really, I mean, it takes a lot to turn these people, and it's interesting that they are now. I also think, I've got this Fox News clip next, and I think that this is going to help if Fox News keeps having to admit and say the quiet parts out loud about Trump. I think we're going to see more of these triple Trumpers fall.
Our polls, and you look at the condition of the economy, and this is the one for midterms we look at closely, and that is excellent or good, 24%, only fair or poor, 76%. And that has got to have Republicans, Senate and House, concerned.
Absolutely, Brett. And the truth is there's not much good news for Republicans in this whole poll we did. You know, underwater on the economy, as you showed, underwater on affordability. Those two issues are front and center for sure.
And, you know, Laura Ingram's on there saying, we've got to get out of this war. We've got to get out of this war. And the thing is, there's no way to get out of this war because he is a dipshit surrounded by dipshits. And Netanyahu said, oh, you're going to be a star. You're going to be the only person that can do it. And now he is fucked to death by all of this. And I agree with you, Kylie. There are so many Fox News viewers that go just with what Fox News says, but then I'm reminded when Fox News in 2020 called the election for Biden because they put the Arizona vote up, Fox News ratings hit the toilet. And so that's why they kept climbing back. So some of these people, they would rather watch Fox News for Greg Gutfeld to talk about AOC's ass and demean her because she is a woman, because that feels good to them. Getting Pete Hegseth on there to be a fucking nut and demonize homosexuals, women, black people, that's more important to them. It's like, I'll pay $1 more at the gas station for a gallon of gas because at least we can still hate everybody the same.
Well, and not only can we not get out of this war, but he's also starting other wars. Kylie, if you can pop up this next tweet. The Trump administration is considering military options in Mali against Islamist militants at the urging of Sebastian Gorka per officials. If approved, it would add an 8th nation to the list of countries Trump has bombed in his second term. Why? Why are we doing this?
Because I'm sure he's going to get something for it. I'm sure they're going to let him build a golf course or give him money or do something. It's going to be about what he gets. Now, and I will say this, Ryan, and you're super in the weeds on all of this stuff. Trump is bored of this war.
Yeah.
He likes a Venezuela war. He goes in, he gets to watch them kill people, and he gets the prize, and he's so proud of that. That's what he likes. He's bored to fucking tears with all this.
No, that's more of a rhetorical why. I mean, obviously, it's all a fucking grift. Every single fucking thing is a fucking grift. So that's not surprising at all. It's just unbelievable that they can take it a step further every time it's at its worst.
Well, here's the deal. It wouldn't surprise me today if we got a tweet about he's the president of peace and why doesn't he get the Nobel Peace Prize? That's the kind of delusion that this administration lives under. I mean, he'll go to a cabinet meeting and they'll sit there and say, you have brought peace to the globe. It's a shame you did not get the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, if that happened today, I would be like, that tracks.
In further illustrating his lies about the war in Iran, we have a newly released video. Kylie, if you can play this. This is of the ballistic missile and drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. service members. So looking at this video, to me, it doesn't look like we've destroyed Iran's defense capabilities.
Decimated. Obliterated. Those are the terms that we use because we're playing a Call of Duty war with Pete Hegseth.
Well, they also, week one, it's all gone. We